ever going to start this podcast you've been talking about for like forever?
Do you think that anyone will actually want to listen to something like this?
What is your plan for an introduction?
Are you sure you want to talk about these topics? People usually disagree.
3 hours? Are you crazy?
Do you think you're some kind of expert or something?
Are you planning to have an intro song?
What if a bunch of people get really mad and hate you over this?
Do you even know how to make a podcast?
Are you just doing this because you like to argue with people?
Don't let this be just one more thing that you talk about doing, but never actually do.
Wouldn't it be better to do just one episode for each topic?
Stop trying to change people's opinions. Just live your own life.
Dude, people are never going to agree. Just let it go.
Is this going to be a long intro? Because if it is, I'm bored already.
Okay, so I've noticed a trend with album titles, and I think it's just plain lazy. There are a few different versions of this. There are the albums where the title is just the first name of the artist. Some examples of this would be Lenny Kravitz is Lenny, Britney Spears is Britney, Whitney Houston Whitney, Janet Jackson Janet, LaToya Jackson LaToya, and then Jermaine Jackson even had his 1972 album and his 1980 album, both called Jermaine. And these are just a fraction of these types of titles. Seems to have been a pretty popular thing for the Jackson family, although Michael never did this, because he wasn't lazy. It's true that an album of new material was released in 2010, after Michael's death, that was titled Michael, but he himself didn't choose that title, because again, he wasn't lazy. But anyway, moving on. Then there are those that just name their album a number, like, well, this is my 12th album, and since I'm lazy, I'm just going to name it 12. Laziness. Pathetic. Some examples of this include, but are not limited to, Beyoncé's 4, Foreigner's 4, Falco's 3, Black Sabbath's Volume 4, Stone Temple Pilots' Number 4, Steve Miller Band's Number 5, and Lenny Kravitz' 5, which, just so you know, came before his 6th album, which was titled Lenny, which we already discussed a minute ago, which pretty much makes Lenny Kravitz super lazy, more so than even Jermaine Jackson. Even though this is lazy, at least all of the albums I just mentioned correspond with the number of album, like Beyoncé's 4 is her 4th album. And I didn't even mention Led Zeppelin's 1, 2, 3, and 4, which they didn't even name at all, so people had to start calling it Led Zeppelin 4. However, at least they correspond with the number of the album, unlike some others. Van Halen started to follow in the footsteps of Led Zeppelin by having their first 2 albums titled 1 and 2, but then decided to wait until their 11th album for the title 3. Then, just to throw us off, but still just as lazy, there are releases like Pearl Jam's 10, their first album, not their 10th, Lynyrd Skynyrd's 20, which is their 9th album, and Blur 13, which is their 6th album. And a quick note about this is that their biggest hit is on this album, and the name of that song? Song 2. That's what it's called. Now, it is the second song in the album, yet every other song in there has an actual title. Again, pure laziness. Then there are bands that use numbers for other things a little more creative, but still lazy, like Adele making the album title be whatever age she was when it was released. Others will just do the year that the album came out, like Van Halen's 1984. While still others will do a year, but not the year that it came out, like Prince's 1999, which was released in 1982, and Rush's 2112, which was released in 1976. Why am I even talking about this? Because, as I already said, it's lazy. We should demand more effort from these artists we have come to love. We should expect amazing album titles like White Trash, Two Hebes and a Bean, Return of the Son of Shut Up and Play Your Guitar, and Songs for the Deaf. I guess we'll need to start another petition. Now on to the episode. If you have ever had kids in soccer, you may be familiar with the stress of wondering who their coach is going to be each season. Some coaches are awesome, while others not so much. This is why many of us coach teams ourselves, because you just don't know for sure if you will get a good one or a hothead who is going to curse and scream from the sidelines. My oldest daughter was probably around 10 if I remember correctly, and we were getting ready for the upcoming soccer season. When we finally found out who her coach was going to be, it was some guy named Steve Nodal. I was like, who the heck is this guy? So I started to ask around if anybody knew him. Turns out everybody knew him. When I would ask people, they would say, oh, you know Steve, right? Everyone knows Steve. Or, what? You don't know Steve Nodal? He's a great guy. You will really like him. I would eventually learn this to be true. Alora had a lot of fun that season with Steve as her coach. Over the years, I would run into Steve around town occasionally and would see much of his humor on Facebook. However, I didn't really get to know him until sitting down to do this episode, and I wasn't disappointed. Topics discussed today are Eddie Murphy, Charlie Rich, Being a Missionary Kid, U2, Columbia House, Queen, Austin Butler, Mark Schultz, Taylor Swift, Our Daughter's Potential Suitors, Brooks and Dunn, Christian Rap, Carman, Counting Crows, R.E.M., Pearl Jam, Pet Sematary, Homosexuality, Donald Trump, Racism, Florida, Ron DeSantis, the Don't Say Gay bill, Equality in Employment, Looking for Systemic Racism, Driving While Black, Whiteface, Erasing History, Slavery, Cancel Culture, Being Overly Sensitive, Fauci, Gas Prices, Abortion, Being a Pastor's Kid, Having Children with his first and second wife, which is the same woman, Baby Dedication, Water Baptism, Alcohol, The State Street Crawl, Fresca, Bible Interpretation, Bible Roulette, Women Pastors, Biblical Roles, Prayer, Appendicitis, Absolute Truth, Gender Surgeries, Mohawks, and Penis Transplants. Yes, you heard that right. Penis transplants. Enjoy the conversation. They don't know it. Like they say Mario Bros, they say the whole deal, and it's like they don't get it. I'm like, what in the world?
So whenever my daughter gets one, she goes, "Here, taste this." I'm like, "Oh, it's gritty."
Oh. Do you still have any kids at home or no?
No.
Okay.
My youngest, who played with Alora, right?
Yeah.
Wait, how old is Alora?
She's 25. Gonna be 25. But I think it was your young Corinne?
Corinne.
Yeah.
Did they actually end up playing together? Corinne's 23.
They were on the same team.
Yeah,
team. That's how I met you.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah. In fact, were you the coach, maybe?
I was the coach, yeah.
Okay.
That was my
first.
Gotcha. That was my first. Corinne had been on one team before that.
Okay.
And then she had wanted to play soccer for like 2 or 3 years, and every year we would miss I'm like, it was like last month was the sign up, and so finally we're like, my brother-in-law used to coach, and we're like, can you please remind us of when it is? And so he got us in, and then she played for a bunch of years after that.
She was. I remember her being pretty good on the team.
She wasn't too bad. Yeah.
Okay, and she your youngest?
She's my youngest.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got 37, 27, and then 24, 23.
You don't look that old, man.
Thanks.
You just
I
don't.
appreciate that. Well, I mean, I'll look at all the gray, though. I'm going to take this off, too.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, man.
But, I appreciate that. I feel old.
Yeah. Well, to have a 37-year-old daughter?
37. Well, we started really young.
Okay.
I was when she was born, I was 19 and she was 17. My wife was.
Okay, same.
So, oh really?
Same with me and Bethany.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm 45 now.
Okay.
But when Alora was born, I was.
Alora's your oldest?
Alora's our oldest, yeah. And then so I was 19. She was 17 when we found out she was pregnant.
Okay.
She was 18. I was 20 by the time Alora was born. So Alora was born when I was 20.
We were worse. It was 18 and 16.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
We're both preacher's kids.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Not married.
Yeah, but you look back now and it's a blessing, right?
Well, well, and we got divorced. And then remarried.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, we got divorced. We separated when my daughter was about 1.5 years.
Okay.
And then finally actually divorced 3 years after. So I want to say like 19. We got married 87. Finally divorced was like 1990.
Okay. And
then remarried in 98, I think it was.
Oh, you guys were apart 8 years?
Oh yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. She went off to college and with my daughter.
Okay.
Went off to Fresno State, and God bless her, man. My wife is pretty amazing. We should record this so she could hear this.
We are. It's actually we're going.
Is it recording already?
It's going. Yep.
Okay.
I like to keep it going when people come in. That way you don't see me because I just want to. Okay, ready, go.
Well,
everybody
goes. Now I'm nervous. No, I talk for a living, dude. I talk for a living.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have any problems keeping the conversation going here.
So my wife went off to college and with my daughter in tow, and back then it wasn't a problem. She used to take our 3, 4, 5-year-old daughter to class with her. She would sit under the desk and color stuff, and she would turn stuff into the professor, and the professor would make a star on her. Nowadays you couldn't get away with that kind of stuff.
No, not at all.
But yeah, she got her degree, and she was going to be pre-med.
Wow.
Got her degree in got a BS in biology, and And then we ended up getting back together. Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's got to be a God thing, right? I mean, that's
totally a God thing.
that's crazy.
Totally a God thing.
So did you guys, I mean, we'll get into this in the spiritual aspect, of course, but I'm curious just because you said it. Did you guys, like, you grew up as pastors' kids, obviously, but you obviously weren't necessarily living for the Lord back then.
Right.
When you guys were apart, did you each separately kind of come into a close relationship with the Lord separately, and then that's what brought you guys back together in marriage? Or
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. As a matter of fact, we were in separate, well, I was more in a relationship. She didn't really get involved with anybody else.
Okay.
But I had, after a while, started seeing somebody, was actually living with them.
Well, 8 years is a long time.
Yeah, I had strayed far away from the church.
Okay.
And even when we got back together, we weren't necessarily, it wasn't until afterwards that we got back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys kind of got there together after you got remarried?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Separately but together.
Yeah. That's really, really cool. Yeah, Bethany and I weren't believers at all when we met, and I was 24. I think Alora was like 3 years old when I got saved, and Bethany was around the same time too. So, but yeah, we'll get more into that. So anyway, since you've already listened to a bunch of these, you kind of know a lot of where we're going, which is kind of cool.
Which is why I listen to it, because I'm like, I get nervous about not because I don't expect us to have any confrontation, but I don't like confrontation. Okay. So I'm like, I gotta listen to this so that I know what I'm prepared for. Is he like Rush Limbaugh, or is he like
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So it should be good, man. Some people like to come in totally blind on purpose. So there's a lot of people like you that would rather come in. I've had people like that too, I want to know what's going on.
I even made a list because I like way too much music.
Okay.
I like everything. So last night, actually a few days ago, I started, and then last night it was late at night, and I'm like, oh my gosh! Telling my wife Kim, I was like, I got the podcast tomorrow, and I'm gonna forget if I don't write stuff down or whatever. So I made a little note of like my bands and my favorite. bands and
that's
stuff.
No problem.
And then as I'm going through, I'm like, I'm like, well, 80s. I like every single one of these bands. I'm like every one of them. 90s. Oh, I like probably 75% of these.
Right.
But anyway.
And then 2000s less, the 2010s less, and then you just less as you go.
Yeah, that's how it is. And not that there's bad stuff. It's just that that's what I grew up on, and that's what interests me. Like 80s, anything 80s.
Okay.
Not anything, because on my way here, I have satellite radio in the car. And,
nice.
And we usually have it on either 80s, 90s, the 58, which is like the old school country, like old school. It's like 80s, 90s.
Okay. Like George Strait, Garth Brooks kind of stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the Message, the Christian station. Okay. And so those are the ones that we have. And so I had it on 80s on my way here. And Eddie Murphy came on, and
the song or the stand-up routine?
No, Eddie Murphy. He had an album.
I know, but was it the
no?
What was the song?
It was My Girl Likes to Party All the Time. Yeah. I'm like, no, click. That's the dumbest song.
You're like, dude, you should stick to comedy, man.
Switch to 90s. I don't remember what was on, because by that time I was listening to the GPS trying to get here.
Yeah. That song was pretty popular on the charts, though.
It was,
surprisingly. Yeah,
I don't know.
I just think for me, I still remember when I saw that video when I was a kid. I remember thinking,
I don't think I ever even saw the video.
Oh, you should do yourself a favor and watch it. If you think the song itself is cheesy, you should see the video. It's cheesy. But I just remember watching it going, what happened to you, man? I'm like growing up watching like Golden Child and like some of these other things, So, all right, well, let's hop in. We already kind of did a little bit with music, but I like to start at your earliest remembrance of music, like first time you remember thinking, I love it. This is great.
I'm old.
Okay. What year were you born?
68.
68, okay.
So my earliest remembrance is I was probably about 5 years old, and Charlie Rich. I had to look this up because for the years I thought it was Charlie Pride.
Okay.
Charlie Rich, The Most Beautiful Girl. And the only reason I remember that is because my brothers used to tell me that I have three way older brothers. The youngest of them was 13 when I was born.
Oh, wow. You were a surprise, huh?
I was an oops. I was also supposed to be Susan, from what I understood.
Oh, okay.
Back then, they didn't have gender reveals.
Right.
But they said that I used to love to hear that. Like I would ask them to play that over and over again.
Okay. Is that a country song? I've never heard of that.
He was a country artist, I think.
Okay.
But back then, country, it was all kind of all the same.
Right.
Like, they played everything on the stations.
Okay.
But and then also, and don't ask me to sing the bars of it because
I never ask anybody to sing.
I sing, but I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that. No, and then and also raindrops keep falling on my head.
Okay.
Those are the first.
Yeah.
Those are my first two remembrances of songs, other than in the church because my dad was a pastor.
Right.
So like
Right.
hymns or whatever.
Right.
And everything was in Spanish at my parents.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the raindrops falling on my head. I mean, obviously, I wasn't born when that came. I mean, I was listening to that as a kid, but that reminds me of it was in Spider-Man.
Oh, was it? Okay.
One of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
Okay.
It was maybe the second one or the third one. It was the one where he decides to just hang it all up. He's like, I'm not doing this anymore. He throws his costume away and he's kind of like walking through the city and it's like, raindrops keep falling on my head. And he's like, oh, So that's what I remember. So I think that's the only way I know that song. But yeah, that's really, really cool.
Those are my two earliest remembrances of anything on the radio, I guess you could say.
Right,
yeah.
right. And as you probably got into your teenage years, that's probably when you really started to develop an appreciation.
Yeah,
more.
so 80s, I graduated high school in 86, so...
Oh, perfect.
So middle school was like, the 80s, and we lived... So I was kind of sheltered because first of all, my parents were pastors, so I was only allowed to listen to certain stuff. Mm-hmm. But they were also missionaries, so when I was about 9 or so, we went into the mission field to Central America.
Oh, wow.
So I lived down there until we moved back to the States in 1980. My dad got really sick with malaria. Ooh. So we moved back to the States, just across the border to Texas. And there would be I would listen to stuff on the radio, whatever. I was kind of homeschooled for a little while.
Okay.
And then I was in a Christian school.
Okay. So you were 9 when you moved over there, and how long were you
about
there?
9? Well, we were there for about 2 years.
Okay.
So because we moved back. I was 9 to about 12, so about 3 years.
Okay.
We were in the mission field, more or less, in Guatemala specifically. We were there for 2 years.
Wow.
But down there, I didn't listen to the radio or anything like that down there because it was all in Spanish.
Right.
But
did you not speak Spanish?
Oh no, I'm fluent in Spanish.
Okay.
And I grew up because my parents' churches were all.
Well, that's
Spanish.
what I was going to say. I would assume you were pretty fluent.
Yeah, but I mean, the radio stations didn't play American music down there.
Okay.
I'm sure nowadays they do, but I haven't been to Mexico in a long time, so
yeah.
I'm sure they have pop stations down there.
Oh,
now.
I'm sure, yeah.
But so I do remember once my dad was better, they started. We built a house. My parents built a house there in McAllen, Texas, and then we would go across the border, and they would do. My dad would go and preach, like open air campaigns and different things, and then they opened up a Bible school in Saltillo, Mexico.
Oh, wow.
And so while I was there, then you could get radio stations and stuff, and I would listen to American music. I remember specifically listening to Blondie for some reason.
Nice.
Because that was like 1980, 81.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the name of the song, but it's like the
popular one.
It's kind of like a. No.
That one? Oh.
No, it was like super, what's the word I'm trying, like some kind of a tropical song. I
know the song you're talking about.
Oh, I can't think of
the name either.
I hate that, only because I'm trying to think of the name.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I do specifically remember that. But anyway, so when we moved back to States, and of course I was... I listened to a lot. The very first cassette I bought was Alabama. I love country.
Nice. Still to this day, you love country?
To this day, yeah. A lot of the stuff I listen to. Remember I was saying like the 58 channel is like the old school country. Uh-huh. But so Alabama was the first cassette that I ever bought. I remember walking down to from our house. I walked down to the drugstore down the street from us, and it was kind of a chain thing. Okay. And before Walmarts and all that stuff, but and I bought a cassette, and then I had this little remember the old tape decks? It
Oh,
was
yeah.
just a speaker and a tape deck, and it popped open like that. That's what I
It was like
on.
you would sit like this, and the speakers and the tape deck would be facing the ceiling.
Exactly. It had a little handle on it.
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
what I listened to. Yeah.
Okay.
But
nice, man.
yeah, but then then 80s, growing up, just I remember when we first moved to California from Texas was 84.
Okay.
And that was my first. A friend of mine's like, "Oh, you got to listen to this," and it was U2. It was their second album. It was War.
War, yeah.
And so that's when I got into U2. That U2 is my top favorite band ever.
All time. Okay.
And so that was to War, and then of course since then I've obviously bought all the cassettes and then CDs. Cassettes.
Right.
Remember Columbia House?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You get like 100 tapes for a nickel, and you just had to buy like one of them a year or something.
And I was a kid. Maybe you shouldn't put this part on here, but I still owe them money probably because like everybody did that. You would get.
I think I do too.
You'd have to buy like you'd get them for a penny, and then you'd have to buy like 15 at regular price or something.
And the regular price was like $45 or something.
So, and I was a kid, so I didn't have a job or anything. So
well, that's what was funny back then. Is like they didn't verify it. Like as a kid, you could send in the thing, and sure enough, you get a package full of stuff. It's like, hey, look at that. No checking.
If I get a
credit
bill in the mail
cards
from Columbia House, I'm going to blame you.
Oh man, that'd be awesome. I would pay it just to know that my listener, somebody listened and they said, "Hey, now
you should look this guy up."
Yeah, that would be awesome, dude.
Bill.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But so all their, that's one of the bands that I have like all their albums.
Okay. So let's talk about U2 for a minute while we're there because I love U2, but I'm a little younger than you, so I came in.
But see, that's just it. They've been around for so
forever.
long that everybody can get into it.
What was it, like 77, 78?
76 is I think
Boy
I want to
came
say
out?
when they no Boy came out in they've been a band since 76.
Okay.
Boy came out in I want to say 79 or 80.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was their first one.
That was their first one.
And then what? War
was
October.
in 83, and then right after that, 83 or 84 was War, and then Joshua Tree.
You skipped October.
Oh, October, yes, October.
Yeah, and then Joshua Tree's where I came in.
That was like 87.
Yeah, that's when a lot of people came in, really, because Where the Streets Have No Name, With or Without You, these were big.
When a lot of people say that's when they kind of crossed over into pop.
Well, of course, because that's when they got really popular.
Yeah,
and then the fans that have been around from the beginning are like, oh, those guys are sellouts.
I don't see it that way. I think every band evolves.
Of course.
If you don't evolve, you're just playing your same old songs.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah.
And which is cool if you're nostalgic, but
right.
I think everybody needs to. If you look at any band that has stood the test of time, I mean, 1976, 2023, they're still going strong.
Which is awesome. Yeah.
And they've evolved.
Very few have done that. Look at like Aerosmith is another one that's done that, but like... Yeah, and I see both sides, right? I see the fan side where they're like, we love the music you made on these 3 albums. Why did you change it? We don't like the new style.
But you go to a concert and they still play.
Of course,
they still play the old stuff. I saw them at the Rose Bowl. Oh gosh, it's been a few years now.
Okay.
When they had the Black Eyed Peas with them, and they played everything.
Yeah.
All the good stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then some new stuff.
But then I figure like from the band side, if I'm in a band, I want to evolve. I want to stretch. I want to change. I want to test out some new styles and stuff.
Exactly.
So I get it from their perspective too. But I mean, for me, and I'll ask you what your favorite era is too. But for me, I think the Joshua Tree and Achtung Baby that's my favorite. I love all of it. I love it from Boy all the way to even the last 2 they put out with the Songs of Innocence and the Songs of Surrender or whatever that one was.
Something like that, yeah.
Thought those were great too.
Yeah.
But I think those 2, in fact, my all-time favorite U2 song is One, which is on Achtung Baby. Love that song.
I love that one.
Yeah.
And I'd say I love all of them. I kind of, because of where I started, I really like... I like Boy, but that's not the first one I heard. So, anywhere from like War to Achtung Baby.
Yeah.
I love all of those in there. Pride is probably my In the Name of Love is my favorite song.
That's a good one.
We did a buddy of mine from high school who I'm still friends with. We did a lip sync.
Oh, nice.
To Pride.
Nice.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. And it was just the two of us. So it was you two, but there was a little S, and a little tiny S in between, so it was us two.
That's awesome.
It was just two of us.
How old were you guys when you did that?
We were in high school, so I want to say
wow.
I was probably like 18.
And does that
17,
video
18.
exist somewhere still?
Oh, I doubt it. I don't know if
Okay.
there's a video or not.
Oh, okay.
It was at our church youth group. Yeah.
Oh, you just
Yeah.
like performed it live.
Yeah, it was
just
just
lip singing.
Yeah, the youth group had a lip sync.
So you guys weren't actually singing anything. You were just
No, it was literally lip sync.
just
lip sync.
okay. Nice.
Air guitar and lip sync.
Yeah, nice. That's
Well, it
so
wasn't air
awesome.
guitar. I had a guitar, but
Okay.
I wasn't playing it.
Right.
So
were you at
it was
least
just for
pretending to
looks.
play it?
I
You
was
were pretending to play it. Okay.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
cool, man.
Yeah.
So could you pick a favorite album? I know that's hard. With my favorite bands, it's really hard for me to pick a favorite.
Yeah, I like them all. I'd probably say Joshua Tree.
Okay.
Is probably my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's for me, if that's just because it's the nostalgia of it, because that's when I first came in. Because I remember, because my dad's been real into music my whole life, and I remember him showing me the music video for Where the Streets Have No Name.
Oh, yeah.
And just the way that long intro comes in. And if I remember the video right, I haven't seen it since I was a kid, but like they're in a city.
You know, honestly, I have seen very few videos
Okay.
of any of the YouTube stuff.
You weren't an MTV kid, huh?
Remember, I wasn't allowed to watch.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I guess by that time, yeah, I don't know. I think by that time I just had different interests, and I didn't really spend a lot of time watching music videos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nowadays, if we're watching music videos, it's because it's late at night and our TV stays on all night long. I can't sleep if the TV's not on.
Oh, okay.
So I'll usually put it'll be on like the country CMT music videos or whatever.
You gotta have that white noise going.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really cool, man. Yeah, I love you too. It holds a special kind of place, and that's why I'll still buy their new albums when they come out, just because I'm like,
oh yeah,
you got to. I mean,
I've bought their new albums. I haven't listened to them as much,
right?
But I'm one of those guys that I like. I don't like buying nowadays. Like nobody buys albums anymore.
No, I do.
I have to have the CD.
Me too.
If they still sold cassettes, I would buy a cassette.
Oh yeah.
I have to have the CD because I like looking through it. I like looking at the lyrics. I like the artwork. Just having something physically tangible.
That's what I'm saying. And we've lost that. The kids, like our kids and grandkids and stuff, they don't
Spotify.
get it.
It's all Spotify.
They don't
and
know
stuff
the
like
beauty
that.
of listening to a full production. Like this is the beginning, and the band put these songs in this order for a reason. The artwork goes with it.
Yes.
Everything inside the cover goes with it. It's like it's just a finished product. Now they're just like, Spotify playlist.
Yeah,
I'll hear one song from this person, one song from this person, and it's like,
which is cool if you're like doing something or you have a party or whatever, and nobody wants to listen to an entire album.
Right.
If you're at a party, but
you
know, playlist is cool. But
of course,
but
yes.
But having like I would love I have CDs. I can't tell you the last time I actually played a CD. But I like having them.
Yeah.
But putting in a CD and just listening to the whole thing. Like my wife she loves Queen.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, she loves Queen.
Nice.
And she will in the car and she'll put the CD in and we'll just be listening to the Queen CD.
Nice. That's another good one. Another good 80s band.
She had tickets to their concert last week, their very last concert, and our grandson was born on the day, so she couldn't go.
Oh no!
Yeah.
So that must have been was it like a Queen tribute band or
no? It was Queen. It was
without Freddie Mercury.
Well, yeah, it's been Adam Lambert for years now.
Adam Lambert, the American Idol guy?
Yeah, he's been the lead singer for
way.
I don't know how many years now.
How did I not know that?
I don't know. But
does he do a good job?
Oh, he does a really good job.
Does he sound like Freddie Mercury?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I wouldn't say he sounds like Freddie Mercury.
Okay.
But he's 100 times more flamboyant than Freddie Mercury was.
I bet, yeah.
But it's really good. Yeah, you should listen to it.
Do they record new music as well, or do they just play shows and play the old stuff?
You know what? That's something I have to ask my wife.
Huh.
I'm not I like Queen, but I'm not like a Queen fanatic like she is.
Yeah. That's one of those bands that's still on the back burner for me in the sense of I haven't really, but everything I've heard by them, I love it. I love the diversity. I love his vocal range. I love everything about it, but I've never really sat down and said, okay, I'm going to start at the beginning, listen to their first album all the way through, second album, and all that.
See, now there's a band that if you listen to their first one and their last, or their last songs, I guess, that they recorded, they evolved quite a bit.
Yeah. I can tell that just in the singles I've heard.
Yeah.
You know.
But he was that movie. Did you ever see the movie?
Still haven't seen it yet.
No, Bohemian
I've heard it's really good.
It was really good.
I want to see the Elton John one. I haven't seen that yet either.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either.
Okay.
But the Remy Malek, he was like, he looked just exactly like him. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It's always nuts to me when they obviously pick an actor that looks. I mean, that's why they're picking him.
Yeah.
But then when he can also be a good actor at the same time, that's amazing.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, you know.
They did that. Like, we went to go see a tribute band, a Queen tribute band in at the Chumash a few years ago.
Okay.
And that guy, and he had a flipper thing at like one of those for his teeth, because you know Freddie Mercury was bucktooth.
Oh yeah.
And so the guy had one of those in, and he didn't, you know, because usually if you put something like that in, you talk funny or you lisp.
Right.
I guess he's been doing it for a long time, and he didn't. I mean, he played it to the part.
So he put that in to look more like Freddie
I guess
Mercury.
to look more like him, yeah.
That's
but,
awesome.
I mean, he had the wife beater tight tank top and the tight pants and all that stuff.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah,
that's so funny.
Good. But like another person that, and I'm going to name drop because he's my nephew. But Austin Butler, who did the.
That's your nephew?
He is
the guy that played Elvis?
He is, yes. He is my nephew by marriage.
Really?
So he is my sister-in-law's sister's son.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never saw that movie, but I know the name.
Yeah.
And I feel like someone else in town told me they knew him. So that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because his mom and sisters and his grandma, they live here in Santa Maria.
Okay.
Or they're from Santa Maria. His mom died a few years ago.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say it's like 8 years ago now.
Okay.
Lori, yeah.
Wow.
She went to Santa Maria High.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, he kind of blew up overnight, huh?
Not overnight. He's been at it for. He's been acting. I remember when he was little, they were always going to auditions and stuff, and he got a few little parts on different Disney shows and stuff, and Hannah Montana.
Oh, really?
He was on a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. But it seemed like when the Elvis thing came out, like everybody knew his name after that.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I know his name.
Just before that, he did a movie with Brad Pitt and somebody else. I don't think it did too well though. Two big names, Brad Pitt and somebody else. Something about Hollywood was in the name.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Yeah.
That's a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Right.
About Charles Manson and the whole deal.
Okay, is that what it was? I never saw it.
I haven't either, but I wanted to.
He was in that, and then I think that was the movie. Anyway, he was in that not too long before that, and then he got the part.
Okay. That's probably how he got discovered then.
Yes, Quentin Tarantino had recommended, had talked about him, and then Denzel Washington, I guess, was really a big fan of his. Yeah.
Now
so you get names like that backing you up, and
if Denzel Washington's a big fan of you, that's pretty amazing, right? That guy's that guy's one of the greatest of all time, man. He's awesome.
That is crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool, man. So what about? And again, a lot of these questions might overlap for you, like as far as bands go. You can use one you've already said. But just say what's the most influential band for you of all time? Like something that really just changed your life, was more than music, you know?
I don't know. I don't know that I put that much weight on. I love music, but it's always just a background thing for me.
Okay.
It's something that I just enjoy. I don't think I've had a band that has
or like a song that has significance. Nothing like. Like maybe when your first child was born, a song was playing.
So Shania Twain has a song which is my wife and I. That's like our song.
Oh, which one?
Only because
is it the man? Is it?
No, it's
Man, I Feel Like a Woman.
No.
I was gonna say, boy,
I'm not gonna talk about the bedroom. Okay?
Yeah, I don't know how much of your personal life I need to know here, buddy. Oh my god.
No. Oh, doggone it. Well, Oh, You're Still the One. Duh.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, so that's kind of our.
I never really got in. Bethany was more in Shania Twain, I think, than me. I kind of grew up hating country, and I've just recently, in adult life, kind of came to appreciate a lot of it. Like I like a lot of the old country. I love Hank Williams Sr.
Oh, yeah.
I love Johnny Cash. You know, I don't love a lot of the kind of newer stuff.
I don't so much listen to the newer stuff. Older bands with newer stuff, yes. Newer bands. Not so much. There's a few female ones like Maren Morris. And, and then there's a band that she's in with there's 4 of them. Is it the Highwaywomen or something? It's kind of like
really?
It's kind of like
on the Highwaymen.
Yeah, something like that. Her and 3 other big names are in it. That one's good, and Maren Morris is really good.
Okay. So these are all names that come through the library all the time, but I've never actually heard any of their music.
She has one song, the bones are good, kind of like the bones of the house kind of thing.
Okay.
But go back to the Shania Twain.
Yeah.
Remember I told you that we had been divorced and then remarried, and that song "You're Still the One" talks about how people thought, oh, you guys aren't going to make it and that kind of thing.
Okay.
And we're still together, so that's kind of why we like.
Oh,
that
nice,
song. Yeah.
nice. Does it like when it comes on? Do you guys get like emotional, or is it kind of like whatever?
We always turn it up when it comes on.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Or sometimes I'll hear it and I'll just record a few seconds of it and send it to her.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. See, songs like that in my life that have significance like that, I have a hard time listening to them. Like there's certain songs, if I have a playlist going in the car and it's on shuffle and a certain song will come on, I'll have to, if I'm driving, I have to change it immediately.
Really?
Because it just makes me emotional.
Okay.
I can't handle it. It's like, man, I can't drive when I'm like this, you know?
I don't know if I have a song. I feel a little jealous that I don't have a song like that.
For me, it's always songs that have to do with your kids growing up, and some of the famous ones like "Butterfly Kisses."
I was just gonna say that one. Yeah,
"Cinderella" by Stephen Curtis Chapman is another one. But there's a song by do you know Mark Schultz?
That sounds.
He's a Christian singer guy. He has a song called "Do You Even Know Me Anymore?"
Oh, okay.
And the whole thing, he starts off with his kid, like he's working all the time, so he doesn't get to see his kid. And one of the lyrics is, "I turned around to see my son. I remember his first birthday. Now he's 21. I missed his life. I missed it all." And it's like
Cats in the Cradle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's like to realize you can't get that back. Like you cannot go back in time and things like that. And I don't think. I mean, it doesn't really apply as much to me.
That would break me up a little bit.
That's what I'm saying.
I feel like
it's
that
tough.
sometimes. I was pretty good about being at all my kids' stuff, but sometimes now that my kids are adults, I'm like, oh man, I wish I could go back and do this a little bit different.
Oh, for sure. I think that's all of us, though. I mean, we all have regrets, and which is a bummer. But so you kind of answered this already, but I don't know if you have one because you kind of say you don't really listen to newer stuff. But can you think of like what the most recent artist that you got really into, like the most recent one? I mean, it could even be an old band that hasn't put out an album since 1980, but you just got into them or something,
Wow. I don't know. Probably embarrassed to admit this, but and it's probably because of all the Travis Kelce stuff, but
Taylor Swift
maybe.
Nice. So I'm a fan.
Yeah, I definitely I've been a fan for a while, but I guess now maybe just because it's a little bit more like in our face now.
Right. Yeah.
And I kind of admire's not that's too strong a word, but a lot of artists, they just the fame gets to them, drugs, alcohol. Right. She has it all together and hasn't, that we know of anyway, that she's pretty don't know if clean cut is that seems
kind of down to earth. Just
yeah,
kinda,
just down to earth. Yeah, she's like a real person. Is I guess what you would say.
Doesn't seem like fame has changed her that much. Right.
Except that she's like a billionaire.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. She's not hurting.
Yeah.
And I appreciate whenever there's an artist that writes their own songs. That's always a big deal to me because a lot of times, in fact, most of the time they don't. It's just like they're writing. That's why there's so many people that are simply songwriters.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I don't sing. I just write songs and then sell them to all these famous people that sing them and all that. But the fact that almost every one of her albums, maybe not the first couple, she probably has some covers on those, but like from
everything.
On.
She's
it's like
really
all
good.
her. And
she's a good singer-songwriter.
Yeah. And I never would have got, it was my older daughter's the one that got me into her to begin with. And they just went down to see the Eras tour. They were there at the one down in LA somewhere. Because Laura lives down in LA now. She's married.
Alora?
Alora.
Oh, okay, I knew she was married.
Yeah, she's
Any
married.
kids yet? You're not
yet. Not
okay.
yet. Nope, not yet. They're, I think they're getting there. I think they want to be a little more stable first. They don't want to do it like me and Bethany did.
Yeah. My wife and I were just talking. Not to interrupt, but my wife and I were just talking about. There was something on TV the other day, and people were like planning out. They're like, we look at each other because everything that we've done has been by the seat of our pants, and we're like. People actually plan that stuff out. Like, not one single one of our kids was planned. They just, wow. So we're just like, and then like you said about Alora, how they're planning to be more financially stable. Yeah. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Who does that?
Yeah. Like, responsible people.
Responsible people. We didn't see. My youngest daughter's the same way. Okay. She's super, super organized and has like a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, and got a job, graduated college, has a job out on base and making good money and doing really well. And
is she still living in the area?
Yeah, she lives in Norkit. Yeah, she stays at. My in-laws have a house in Lake Marie and they have a granny unit, and so my daughter lives in the granny unit.
Oh, that's nice.
And she also helps. They're a little bit older, so she helps them. She helps them.
That's nice. So she's got a little bit of freedom, but she's still close to mom and dad if she needs.
She's just up the street.
That's awesome, man.
We don't see her that often.
No.
She's like super busy. Goes to work super early, and
that's cool.
Yeah.
Not married yet, though.
Oh no. Okay. No, has a serious boyfriend.
Okay.
And nice. They're planning on getting engaged probably in the next year or so.
Okay. They're already talking about that.
Yeah. He approached me. He approached me about. Is it maybe close to a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, maybe, and gave her a promise ring.
He came and talked to you first.
Came and talked to me.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Alora's husband did too.
Okay.
And I was floored.
Yeah.
I was like, people don't do this anymore.
Yeah.
I thought it was great.
Yeah, and it's funny because he wanted to. So his parents took. It was right after they graduated. I think it was right after they graduated college. So it hasn't been 2 years because she graduated last. What was it? 2022. She graduated. So it was right. Yeah. So it hasn't been just maybe over a year. It was at the beginning of the summer 2022.
Okay.
Right after, that's what it was, right after graduation. So May, June, his family took their whole family and her on a vacation to Hawaii. And so he was gonna not pop the question, but give her the promise ring in Hawaii.
Okay.
And so
she had no idea about that.
I'm sure she did. She's a girl. I'm sure she had some idea.
She figured it out.
But he messaged me and said, "Hey, can we meet for coffee tomorrow morning?" And I'm like, we never meet for coffee, so I'm like, I know what's going on here.
That was the same with us too. Like we never really did that. And he's like, "Hey, you want to meet up for lunch or for coffee or something?" I was like, "Okay, sure."
My son and my other son-in-law. That's another story. I'll come back to that one.
Yeah.
In a minute. But so actually, it was like a couple days. Like, hey, you want to meet on Thursday or whatever, and it was probably like Monday. And so Wednesday night comes around and I test positive for COVID.
Oh no.
And I know they're leaving for this trip.
Right.
And I said, well, I mean, if you want, I'm like, hey, look, I tested positive for COVID. You know, if you still want to meet, maybe we could meet outside at Starbucks and keep our distance and, you know, all that, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And because he didn't say what it was, but I knew what it was.
Yeah.
And he was like super nervous. And so.
Did he still meet with you in person anyway?
Yeah, he still met me.
Oh, see, that's how I would have known right there. I'm like, yes, you can marry her.
Well, so the funny thing about that is my daughter had been friends with him and she was dating somebody else. Mm-hmm. And she was friends with her boyfriend that she has now. Friends, they had a group of friends. He was dating another girl. She was dating another boy.
Yeah.
They were all friends in the group.
Right.
They broke up, and everybody was just all friends. And I told her one day, I said, you know, if you and Kyle, you guys ever date, he already has my blessing. I mean, he's a good kid.
That's awesome.
And so she already knew, and I'm sure that she had told him that too.
Yeah, it's funny how many stories there are like that, where that's a group of friends, or like it's two couples or whatever, and you know, but the whole time I'm sure each one of them's going, I don't know, I kind of like hanging out with this guy better. And you kind of, you know, I mean, it's all superficial. It's not like they were married or anything, but it's just kind of funny how that works out. Yeah. And it's like they realize, wait a minute, I kind of like you more.
So we met. He was super nervous, and I called my brother-in-law right away because my brother-in-law and I, my wife's brother, we're kind of jokesters, and I said, hey. So Kyle wants to meet with me tomorrow, and he right away he goes, oh really? He knew. I didn't even have to say anything. And I said, hey, so this is what I want to do. And so I'm like, I want. He's really serious and he's super nervous, so I want to play hardball with him, just joking. Nice. And so the plan was to when we start talking, like when we meet, to tell him, hey, I'm really glad you asked to meet with me because there's been something that's been bugging me, and I really wanted to talk to you about it, and I think this thing between you and Corinne just isn't going to work out.
Oh, how funny!
And
did you actually do this?
No. I didn't. But I wanted to so bad.
That would have been great.
But I like him too much to do something like that. I'll have to do something later on.
Yeah.
Maybe when
that was awesome.
They're not going to listen to this, so
yeah.
I have to. But so my other son-in-law, the one, well, he's not my son-in-law yet, but so my son-in-law of my middle daughter, the one that they just had the third baby, so he came. We've never met for anything either, and he calls me up one day and says, hey, you want to go to lunch? And I'm like, oh. And this was a couple years ago. Okay. Because they got married last August. So yeah, they've been married just over a year. So it was probably like 6 months, 8 months, maybe a year before that. And he says, hey, let's go have some lunch. And so we go to Cool Hand Luke's. Okay. He's like super shy, super nervous. Oh, nice. They won't listen to this either, I hope. And I'm pretty sure they won't. The entire time, we're just talking. I'm asking him how's work going, because I know he's had a hard time at his work. And so we're just talking. And like nothing's coming up, and I'm like, so what, I mean, did you you've never asked me to lunch before, right? Like, do you have something you want to talk about? No.
Did you just want steak, or I mean, what's the deal?
You know? He's like, no, I just want to have lunch with you. I'm like, oh, all right. And so then I'm thinking, okay, well, he wants to maybe this is first step, and then the next time we go to lunch,
wants to grease the wheels a little bit.
Exactly, and then, grease the wheels. Yeah. So no. I'm like, you sure? And we keep, and he's like super nervous and like fidgeting, and I'm like, all right. And then so before we left, and he actually picked me up. So then we're on the car ride, and he's dropping me back off at work or home. I forget where I was at, and I'm like, you sure? There's nothing. I'm like, no. So drops me off. 5 minutes later, I get a phone call from him. Okay, I was lying. I really had something to ask you, and I want to marry Shaylin, and I'm like, so I'm like, well, okay. There's a few, and this one I was serious about. I'm like, there's a few things that I kind of want to talk to you about.
Right.
I think that's great that you want to marry her, but I think there's a few things that we need to talk about before you do this. And he agreed. Yeah. Well, that night he asked her to marry.
Oh,
like,
really?
He didn't pay attention to me at all.
How funny. I can just picture, like, if it's like a movie, like that scene, like as he's dropping you off and then he's driving away, he's going, dang it!
Yes, I'm positive.
I blew it!
I'm sure that's exactly what he was thinking.
That's awesome, man.
When I was younger, I was the same way. Now, I might agonize over something, but then I just like suck it up, and I like at the end I'll just barrel through it or whatever.
How funny, man! That's so awesome.
Yeah, so they're married now. He's a good kid, though.
And they're the ones that have 3 kids?
They have 3. They got a 5, a 4, and a newborn.
And does your oldest have kids, too?
She has 3.
So you have 6 grandkids?
6 grandkids.
Dang, man. Young grandpa.
Yeah.
So what are you, 55?
55.
Yeah, because I think you said you were born 68. So it's 10 years. Yeah, 10 years before me. So, oh, man. So, all right. So to round off our musical discussion here, 5 favorite bands or artists. You can name some of the ones you've already named if you'd like.
U2 is my top favorite. Next would be Brooks and Dunn.
Okay.
Like I said, my musical tastes run the gamut.
Okay.
I like all music. With at this end of the spectrum would be like classical or opera. I can only take a few minutes of it.
Yeah.
And rap at this end, where I can only take a few minutes of it also.
Oh, really?
Depending on what it is.
Yeah.
I know you like rap.
I do.
But like certain rap. There's some... Is
it the lyrical content you don't like or the sound?
It's no, not the sound. The beats are usually great.
Okay.
It's the lyrical content.
Right.
So, and there are very few that are like clean.
Yeah.
Most of them are like, oh my God, let's change the channel.
Well, there's quite a few good Christian rappers.
There is.
So.
I've never gotten into Christian rap though.
Okay.
So it's funny because I love. There's so many different genres in Christian music that I love. Yeah. But Christian rap just seems. I guess I haven't listened to anything new. It seems like 80s, 90s Christian rap. Was. It was cheesy. Just kind of. I was going to say lame, but cheesy is probably better. Yeah. Because they were like. Not to say that they're not actual rappers, but it's like they were trying to copy because they're like, oh, and I get it. Like, this is what the kids are listening to. Right. We need to make this so that we can, get them into church. Yeah. Is what it seemed like.
Right. Well, because you had guys like Carman. I don't know if you remember him, but he was like...
I got a good story about Carman.
He's just hilarious. And then, like, as much as I love Toby Mac now, and as much as I loved... the later DC Talk records, you listen to the early DC Talk, and it's just horrendous. Yes. I mean, the way he's just rapping, and it's just horrible. It's like, what? This is bad. Like, really?
Yeah. Yeah. And,
well, what's your Carman story? Let's hear it.
So remember I told you my parents were missionaries. So they were very, very, very strict. And we were down, I don't know, I can't remember when, it had to have been when we were in Mexico. And I had put in, I had a Carman cassette, and I had put it in, and we were listening to it for a little bit, and I guess it was too little rock and roll-y for my dad. My dad was driving, and we were in a van, and he pulled it out. And pulled, I remember you used to do with the cassettes, pulled the tape out, oh, no. Threw it out the window. Wow. I'm like, Dad, that was a Christian tape. And he was like, it didn't sound like it. I said, you weren't listening to the words, were you? You just listened to the beat. Yeah. I mean, I was just a kid, and I even told him that. Yeah. And so that was...
Well, that's funny, because a lot of people feel that way today, because some of the Christian bands I'll listen to they're like death metal. They're screamy, and people say, there's no way that's Christian. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Is Christianity a sound, or is it about what the lyrics are about? Like, exactly. You hear the sound, and you think, oh, that's got to be satanic.
Exactly.
It's like, I don't know.
And that bugs me.
Yeah,
but,
for sure.
But I sound like, I don't know, I guess I can sound like an old man sometimes. Yeah.
Get off my lawn.
Yeah. Okay, so
we got U2, Brooks and Dunn.
Top favorite. I only put 2 for my top favorite bands.
Okay.
That's the 2. After that, I mean,
it's just a whole bunch.
I have a whole list of like any of these bands. I don't know. All so right. They're my favorites, but like so I guess Alabama would be one.
Okay.
80s stuff. The Police. I loved in high school. I loved Depeche Mode. I pegged my jeans. You know what that is, right?
Oh yeah.
And
Depeche Mode's like that 80s band. Like
yes.
you just knew it. You know.
Yeah. But see, like I'm all over the place. Eurythmics, R.E.M.
Okay.
I love that. I can just send this to you if you want.
No, I want it to be on air. So.
Okay. Well, then I'll just read the whole. Okay. So Guns N' Roses, R.E.M., Eurythmics, The Police, Def Leppard, Depeche, Bon Jovi, 90s Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, nice.
Love the Cranberries.
Oh yeah.
She just recently died, Dolores.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
Counting Crows. Love Counting Crows.
Okay, so August and Everything After.
Oh yeah.
It might be my favorite album of all time. It might be
of anything.
Anything?
Wow.
Of anything.
Okay.
It's definitely in the top 5, and it's hard to say that because there's so many different genres. Mm-hmm. And that genre of music's not even my favorite genre of music.
Yeah.
But that album, I mean, I can put that on still today.
And every
song
on it.
It's just, the lyrics are so poetic. I love the way he writes, and the songs are catchy and just like, oh my gosh.
It's funny because when I was going through a list, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to go over to my CDs. And so I started pulling ones out, and I'm like, oh yeah, and I'm like pulling them out because I'm gonna listen to that later. I'm gonna listen. So I pulled a whole bunch that I'm gonna re-listen to these.
Yeah,
I haven't heard them.
That's
so then Counting Crows, and then Pearl Jam.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, now you're speaking my language, man.
Yeah,
that's one of my all-time favorite bands too.
80s and 90s country, Alabama, Sawyer Brown, Dixie Chicks, which. Can't say the Dixie Chicks anymore.
The Chicks.
But I'm still saying the Dixie Chicks.
What a rebel.
The Chicks are from Dixie, the Dixie Chicks. Mm-hmm. Lone Star, Diamond Rio, and Black. So probably Diamond Rio and Black Hawk, super good harmonizing songs. I know you're not into country, but
not as much. But I mean, I'm willing.
Listen to Black Hawk.
Okay.
Listen to Black Hawk.
That's a band.
That's a band.
Okay.
Listen to Black Hawk. I'll find a good album and I'll send it to you.
Okay.
I'll send you the name of the album.
Yeah, I usually send out an email when I'm putting together the episode because, as you see, I put the playlist.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you for some songs on here, but I'm just going to touch on a couple of these that I personally really like and see. I want to get some of your favorites off of them, like R.E.M. Love R.E.M. I mean, that's they're one of those ones that are whole catalog, like U2. I love all of it.
Pretty much all of it.
Yeah.
I couldn't pick. So I'm really bad at naming songs.
Okay.
I know I like this band, and when I hear the song, I'm like, oh yeah. And sometimes I'll hear the song and I'll sing it, and I honestly don't even know the name of the song.
Yeah.
Just because I've heard it for so long that I just know it.
Could you name a favorite album by them or no?
R.E.M?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
They're just one of those ones where it's not so much that they're my favorite. It's just I just, like you said, almost every one of their...
Well, they're just phenomenal songwriters. I mean, it's just, you go back to the beginning of what Murmur, I think, was their first album. They had Radio Free Europe, and some of those ones just great, kind of indie rock back in the day, and then you get later on to
It's funny, before indie rock was indie rock.
Exactly. Yeah. Before it was even called that, really, but it was just this stuff most people hadn't heard of except the college radio stations would play it. It was kind of college rock, really, is a better name for it back then. But then I think, and this is me going back, of course, because when that came out, I think that was 82 or something. I was 4 years old. But I remember when Out of Time came out and Losing My Religion got huge,
That's
right?
the one song that I could...
Yeah, I mean, it just got
If you
huge.
say that one, I know R.E.M.
And my mom had the cassette tape for that album, Out of Time, and we used to play it all the time, and it had that song on it. It had Shiny Happy People with the girl from B-52s, and then it had a song KRS-One in it.
I left the B-52s out. That's my wife's favorite band.
Okay, I love the B-52s, yeah. Just as a side note, I know you're probably not into 90s punk rock, but there's a band called Guttermouth. Okay. It's one of my all-time favorites. They're very foul, just to give you one.
Guttermouth?
But this song isn't really. It's called, I think it's called When Hell Freezes Over. No, that's a different song. Oh, what's the name of the song? it's a funny song, and it's the whole point is it's like a news thing saying the breaking news, the lead singer of The Doors, James Morrison, has recently died. They're now auditioning new singers, and it says one young hopeful from Athens, Georgia, Fred Schneider, and then they start doing all the Doors songs, but as if Fred Schneider was auditioning for him. It's hilarious.
So is Fred Schneider the
singer for the B-52s? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's like singing all. Yeah, it's really, really funny. So you should at least check.
And
that
he has
out.
a very distinctive voice. So yeah.
Oh, totally. Yeah, it's hilarious. But yeah, so Out of Time, that R.E.M. album that even had a song. I think the song was called Radio, that had KRS-One in it, who's a rapper from the '80s. I think he's still around now. I think he became a Christian later on, if I'm not mistaken. But for me, my favorite R.E.M. album is the one that came out after that one. It's called Automatic for the People. Mm-hmm. And that's the one with Man on the Moon and Everybody Hurts, Sidewinder Sleeps Tonight, Drive. It's just great.
You have a really good memory.
Well, I just, they're huge for me. And R.E.M. is big. I mean, that's one of my favorite bands of all time, so I think they're fantastic. So what about another one that I wrote down here that I'm really into is Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, yeah.
So that's another big one. I think when Blood Sugar Sex Magic came out in 91, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
Still their best album, I think, but
they're just really good.
They're great.
Yeah.
And still.
Yeah,
like,
still. They're still around.
And they still make good music. Like there's lots of bands that are still around, but you don't even realize they're putting out music because nobody's listening to it because it sucks.
Yeah.
You know,
it's like the Rolling Stones are still around. I know they just put out a new album, I don't think they've done one in.
It's been a while,
long time. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's the Stones. So,
yeah, they haven't put one out I think since Keith Richards was 140. So that was the last one they put out.
It's been a while.
Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, Chili Peppers I put in there. Yeah, we already talked about Counting Crows. I love the Cranberries too. Fantastic.
Oh my gosh,
Zombie. Yeah, that's probably my favorite album. Is that one.
Her like cry like not some parts of the song are like a cry and a yodel.
Yeah.
And, it's just
she was very unique. I don't think I've ever heard any other singer that sounded like her, even in her style.
Yeah,
so great. Yeah, you know. Yeah, and that's one of the bands I've showed.
One I left out, and they didn't have too many hits, is Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians.
Oh yeah.
I like them.
What was this? I just said somebody just did a cover. Oh shoot!
I guess she's producing music now.
Yeah. What was that really popular song by them? By Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians. I forgot what it was now, but somebody covered it recently, which made me go back to listen to it and be like, oh, I remember this song. This song's like from the 80s. But yeah, it was one of the ones from the 80s.
I think I spelled it wrong.
Yeah, because I know she had solo stuff, and I think she had some classical stuff too with her and some guy whose name I don't remember at the moment.
What I Am.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's the only one that I really. But she was I have that album, and there's a few other songs on her that are really good. But that's the one that was like played on the radio all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's probably the one that the hardcore fans would be like,
yeah.
Screw that song.
Yeah, that's like when she went pop.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. All right. Well, let's end on Pearl Jam, because that's one of my favorites too. That's the band that I credit. You may have already heard that story if you've listened to some of the podcasts, but that's the band I credit for getting me into punk rock to begin with.
Oh, really? Okay.
Even though they're not punk rock, they're also the band that got me out of nothing but hip hop. So I grew up listening to nothing but hip hop. I thought guitar music sucked, and to get it away from me, don't want anything to do with it.
But you said your dad and your parents were both into other music,
they were,
right?
Yeah, my dad used to show me classic rock, which I appreciate now.
And hip hop is what you got into.
And my dad hates hip hop to this day. He's like you. He's like, I can't. This crap.
No.
You know,
hip hop and rap are two different things.
Oh, okay.
To me, right? I mean,
okay. I don't know the difference.
I mean, rap probably fits into hip hop.
Okay.
Let's say most rap is hip hop, but not all hip hop is rap.
Okay. Well, I'm sure what I grew up listening to is probably rap, because that was not a term we used back then. It was just rap. It was NWA and Too Short and all that filthy stuff that parental advisory stickers were on everything. Yeah. That's what I grew up listening to. But then when Pearl Jam came out with 10, I was just like, oh my gosh, this is, and then that led into all the other grunge bands. You see all Nirvana and Alice in Chains and Soundgarden and like it's all these bands. Yeah. But then I went and saw Pearl Jam play live in Golden Gate Park. Wow. And then Bad Religion opened up for them. And that was the first time I had ever heard kind of the 90s punk. And I was like, okay. And from that moment on, it's been my favorite genre. So, but do you have a favorite Pearl Jam album? You can't count 10 because that's everybody's favorite. Cause it's
I don't know. I mean, again, it's just one of the bands that I like. Okay. I'm not.
Do you still follow them today, or is it more like the old stuff?
It's just the old stuff, and it's just like one of those things. I just when I think of that, I think of the 90s.
Oh, for sure. So Oh, for sure. Yeah, they're a huge part.
It's not so much that not so much that I have all their albums. Yeah. Or I think I'm probably just I think I have one album of theirs maybe is all. But
well, if you ever want to go on a journey, it's worth it. Because even the stuff they're putting out now is still fantastic. It's different in a lot of ways. I think they changed a lot from their first album. I think it was on purpose. Like you see in interviews, they were like, "We're going to shy away from that," and they kind of started doing some different stuff.
I think they all evolve. They want to evolve.
Right.
The fans don't want them to,
but it's still great. Yeah. And even Eddie Vedder's solo stuff is fantastic. They're just really good songwriters. So anyway, all right, man. Politics. You ready?
Well, I don't know. You didn't ask about Brooks and Dunn, and no, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's because I don't. Okay,
I know.
Here's what I wanted to say about Brooks and Dunn, though. Thank you for reminding me. I've only heard Boot, Scoot, and Boogie, and I think that's the stupidest song I've ever heard. But I think to myself, they're probably a legit country duo. And it's kind of like Billy Ray Cyrus. Like, he's probably got some really good songs, but everybody knows him by the stupidest song ever made.
Wait, did you just say they're kind of a legit?
Like, yeah.
You know how many Grammys they have?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, but I don't know those songs.
And like artist, I don't know even how many Artist of the Year and how many years in a row they got Artist of the Year.
Okay, so see, that's what I'm saying. But like the average Joe, you're like, have you heard this Brooks and Dunn? You mean the Boot, Scoot, and Boogie guys? Yeah.
But see, that's just it. Country music is about telling stories.
Right.
It's just a story about having fun at the dance.
Yeah.
At the dance hall, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
A lot of their songs all of their songs are just good stories. Mexican is it Mexican Town or Diamond Ring and Mexican Towns? I don't know. There's just if you just for fun, look up and just play some of their songs.
I will.
There's Neon Moon. Is a good. Yeah, they're all good. They're either really good love songs.
So maybe even like a greatest hits album would be a good one to start with.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And they probably have like a triple disc greatest hits album.
Oh my gosh, probably. Yeah. But like every one of them it's telling a story. So it's either break up or get back together or
right. Typical country.
Yeah. You play it backwards.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
You get your truck back, you get your house back, you get your wife back.
Your dog comes back to life. Yeah. That's always the thing.
Yeah, just like Pet Sematary.
Oh yeah.
That's funny. So not to get sidetracked, but which I do a lot.
I love sidetracks.
I used to tell my kids, "Oh my gosh, one of the scariest movies I ever saw when I was young was Pet Sematary." And we need to watch it one of these days. Yeah. And just used to talk about it all the time. Finally, one day, I'm like, we're gonna watch Pet Sematary. Like, I don't know, half an hour in, I'm like, this is the stupidest movie I have ever seen in my life. I'm sorry I wasted your time.
Well, because you watch it now and you're like, wait, this was scary when I was a kid.
The animation is so bad, and it's just so stupid.
Hey, the scene with her sister is still frightening, though.
Oh.
Do you remember that whole thing?
I'm trying to remember.
The main character, I forgot, Judd? No, that was the neighbor. I forgot the guy's name. But his wife, when she talks about growing up, she had to take care of her sister who was like an invalid, and she had some weird disease, and she was in the bed. And the scenes in that movie about that are just horrifying.
I remember that.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite. I grew up reading Stephen King, and that's always been one of my favorite novels.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's probably because when I first saw it when I was a kid, I probably was just scared. And the second time, I didn't even watch it all the way through because it was just so stupid.
Yeah. Did you see the new one?
No, I'm like, man, should I watch that? Or now I'm thinking the movies. If I thought the other one was so scary when I was a kid, the new one with new special effects that look so real. I don't know if I want, and I don't like watching movies that are like now as an adult that have like demonic stuff. Right. And I'm like, there's no reason for me to watch that.
Yeah. And that's kind of the way I feel. I love scary movies. I can do all that. Scary movies are great. But if they're ever like worshiping devils or anything, it's kind of like, no thanks. I'll pass on that. So, so do you consider yourself political? Do you bury your head in the sand? Do you follow it? Do you?
Somewhere in between. I don't bury my head in the sand. I don't go out and preach what I believe in. I figure that's my business.
Right.
I am very. I grew up a Republican. I consider myself a Republican.
Okay.
I don't like the label, especially nowadays. I don't think.
Conservative? Do you like
conservative? I like better.
Okay.
Because Republican doesn't seem to. It kind of has a bad connotation now.
Right.
But I kind of now as an adult, I used to be like, because my parents were Republicans. I just that's how I grew up, and I'm like, oh, everything that's Republican is what I believe in. And now I'm like, you know what? Let's go topic by topic, because I don't think that politics have anything to do with certain topics.
Totally.
And I think that a lot of people think that if you're a Democrat, you believe in all of this stuff. Well, I should say to the left. You believe everything over here on the left side. And if you're Republican, you believe everything over here.
Right.
And I don't think that's right, because, like I said, I don't think that all topics have to do with politics.
Right.
And I would rather just discuss the topic itself and not say that, I agree or disagree with this topic, not because I'm with this party or with this party.
Okay.
I still consider myself conservative, but
Sure.
I think there are some things that there needs to be compromise.
Yeah.
I think.
So as a conservative, what kind of things do you see yourself as conserving? Like, what things need to be conserved in your opinion?
I think morality needs to be. I mean, I think we've gotten way far away from morality.
Okay.
And I think that just because I don't agree with what you believe in doesn't mean I hate you.
Right.
A lot of people, as a Christian, we don't believe in homosexuality and different things. I have family members that are gay. I love them.
Of course.
I have friends that are gay. I can say that I love them. I mean, as a Christian, the Bible says we are to love everyone.
Right.
Doesn't mean I have to agree with you.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
Right. That's the whole thing. They think the two have to be equals.
Yeah. And and just because I don't believe that, that it's right for two men to be together or two women to be together, that doesn't mean that as a human that I don't respect you and, you don't believe in so you don't respect me. Well, no, that's not true.
Right. Right.
I can respect everything that I'm like, you have your right to believe that.
Yeah.
But your right doesn't include me having to believe in that same thing.
Right. Do you know who, I don't know if you heard this on one of the earlier ones. I've used this example a few times because it's so great. But with Frank Turek, do you know who Frank Turek is?
Sounds familiar. But
he wrote the book, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist.
No. Sounds like a good title, though.
It is, yeah. And he's an apologist and stuff, but he did a debate, and the whole point of the debate was, does love require approval? And it was Frank Turek and another Christian guy debating two homosexual men, I believe. And that was the whole point of the debate was, does love require approval? And in the very beginning of the debate, Frank Turek asked one of the guys over there, he says, do you love us? He asked them, do you two men, do you love me and my partner as Christians? And they said, yeah, we totally love you. And he says, well, do you agree and approve of our position that homosexuality is a sin? And they said, no, we don't agree. We don't approve of that. He's like, well, then you just lost the debate. Because you said love requires approval. So how can you love us but not approve of our position that homosexuality is a sin?
That's a good point.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I mean, but that's kind of the whole point. It's like, yes, you can love people, and some might even say that even telling them that they're in a sinful lifestyle is the most loving thing you can ever do for somebody. right? I mean, because you want to help them, but they don't take it that way all the time.
Yeah, I see it. I see both sides of that.
Yeah.
What you just the last thing that you mentioned, but I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought it was a really cool analogy. But
Frank Turek.
Frank Turek.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a podcast also called "I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist."
Okay.
But he was under Norman Geisler. He's an old school apologist. That he started the Creation Science Research, CR or something down in San Diego, long time ago. He's since died, but Frank Turek kind of took over the ministry, and he does a lot of apologetic. Where he goes around to college campuses and talks to atheistic, humanistic kids and answers their questions. There's a lot of really cool YouTube videos where the kids will be waiting in line. And I say kids, they're young adults or like college age, but they'll come up to the mic and they'll say, "Here's my question for you, and why do you Christians think this or whatever?" And he'll entertain them and he'll answer questions and he'll come back with really good ansers and stuff, and it's great.
And see, that's cool because there's a dialogue going back and forth, and there's not. I mean, I haven't listened to it, but I'm guessing there's not a lot of yelling going back and forth.
Not from Frank.
Probably not from his side.
No, he's very calm and he's very understanding, and he'll even say, "Look, I understand why you feel that way and why you believe that, but here's why I think you're wrong."
Yeah.
And then he'll present evidence to back up the claim, which is to me the only way to ever come to any solution ever, because we can go back and forth with feelings for days. You're not going to get anywhere.
Feelings.
Yes. Feelings. Right. And that's to me, that's the biggest difference between conservatives and liberals, right and left, however you want to label it, is that people on the right tend to lead more with logic and people on the left tend to lead more with emotion. It doesn't mean that people on the right have no emotions, and it doesn't mean that people on the left are dummies that have no intellect.
Right.
I'm just saying, when it comes to decision making, as I talk to people, it tends to be, well, why do you believe that? Well, I just feel that, to if I talk to somebody on the right and they say, well, why do you feel it? We'll say, well, because statistics show that, I'm saying they'll start busting out like logic.
True, but I have I think that on the right, there's a lot of feelings also because of, there's a lot of shoving down people's throats from both directions.
Oh, of course.
Like the right saying you can't do this, and like, oh well, we're gonna coming from the other side. Just hold my beer.
Yeah.
And so I have my feeling is that, and feelings. Yeah. My feeling is that there's just a lot of there are feelings on the right that aren't logical sometimes, and it's just, well, why? Well, because. Because.
See, which is the worst answer of all
Which
time.
is the worst.
Yeah.
Totally the worst. Because it's just like, when your kid, why can't I do that? When your kids say, oh, because I said so. Go ask your mom.
Yeah.
But I don't know. To me, there's no... I wish there was a party that was like right in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I think that the parties are almost starting to disintegrate in a sense. Like I know a lot of Democrats that, not that they want to become Republicans, but they also say that what they consider to be Democrat is not what we're seeing in...
The party's gone too far.
Exactly.
Same thing on the other side.
Absolutely.
The party's gone too far.
Right, because you got the far right, which is... what people call the alt-right, which are, like the, whoever they are, the Proud Boys or whatever, like those kind of people. And then you got the far left that are just way out there too, saying all this stuff. But the majority of people on the left don't line up with that. They're not looking at the way far left and be like, oh yeah, I agree completely with all that. Yeah, get rid of all the cops. Sounds fantastic. Let's do trans surgeries on 13-year-old kids. Yeah, we're all for it.
Oh yeah.
Most of them are like, no, that's not okay.
It's just crazy what it's come to.
But the sad thing is that we tend to put everybody in that group. Like if I tell somebody I'm conservative, they're like, oh, well, you must be a racist.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a racist at all. It's like, talk to me for a little while. You'll find out that's not true. Let's discuss it. But that's why I'm with you, and I don't necessarily like to put labels on things, because as soon as you say that, and I even do that with Christian. I've been doing this for years. If someone says, oh, Ryan, are you a Christian? Well, let's talk for a minute. You tell me what a Christian is, and then I'll tell you if that's me or not. Because I don't want to give you a false image of who I am when that's not who I am. Because for all I know, if I say, yes, I'm a Christian, in your mind, you're thinking right wing, extremist, racist, homophobic, look, whatever. Like all these words are going to go through your head. And it's like, no, I don't align with that. Do I follow Christ? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I believe in the Bible? Yeah, I do. And if somebody wants to have a discussion about that, great, let's do it. But don't throw all that other stuff at me with it, and say, oh, Ryan's all these things too.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
So
and what surprises me about people that do that is especially on the right, on the conservatives. Morality, a lot of the reasons that they're against the Democrats or the left, is because morality, like, oh, you can't do that because that's not moral.
Right.
Yet so many of them idolize a man that is so immoral.
You talking about Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, everything that he does and stands for is pretty much immoral.
Yeah.
Yet, like, Bible-thumping Christians are like, oh, he's the only one, and I'm like, do you guys read Revelation? I mean, like the part where the beast, everybody loves him, the Antichrist.
Right.
And I'm not saying that he's. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's the Antichrist, but.
Sure. So you're a big Trump fan, I take it.
You say that with sarcasm, I hope. Yes.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So I will say that because I'm conservative, the first time he ran, there's no way I was going to vote for Hillary. I did vote for him.
Okay.
But I very soon after regretted
it.
Yeah.
Now
he turned into a clown. To me, right now, they're the two main runners, I guess, one on the Democrats and the one on the Republicans. One is a buffoon and one's a clown.
Right. Yeah.
And you got to choose. You can put that
one
label
right?
whichever side you want it on.
Oh, yeah.
One's a buffoon and one's a clown.
Right. Yeah.
And one's an orange clown.
Yeah. just to make it a little more solid.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the problem, and that's why I've said so many times, especially recently, because the elections are coming up quick. I mean, it's going to happen soon, and you're already seeing the debates and everything that's happening. My stance on Trump is I think he did a lot of good for the country. But I think as far as personal life and his interactions with the press and he turns into like a 5-year-old, and he starts name calling, and it's just like somebody criticizes him, he has to get on TV and
what were we talking about earlier? When somebody doesn't have something to back up, what do they do? They start name calling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then I look at somebody like Biden, and I think. So I'm kind of torn right now because Trump's leading in the polls right now to be the running
He's
mate.
Got like 90-something indictments.
I know.
How is that possible?
I don't know. But it bums me out because if it's Trump Biden, I have to go Trump. If those are my only or just not vote. Yeah. But if I'm going to vote, I cannot with a clean conscience vote for Biden over Trump. But if I have my way, I get someone else in there besides Trump running on the conservative side. I get someone. I love Ron DeSantis. I know he's not doing real well in the polls. I don't know if you know anything about Ron DeSantis. I think he's fantastic.
I'd say probably of the ones running, the lesser of two evils, I guess you'd have to say.
Okay.
I don't know much about him except for so. I lived in Florida, but this was when I was a lot younger.
Oh, okay.
And because of the color of my skin, I had the worst experience with racism in Florida.
Really?
Than I did, and I lived in Texas.
Interesting.
Florida was the worst place that I experienced racism.
How old were you at that time?
Oh, I was young. It was before we went in the mission field, but
so like elementary school age.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was a long time ago. Okay. But I know people that still live there, and it seems through them that not much has changed.
Okay.
And to me, DeSantis, I mean, a lot of the things that he's done just seems just a little bit less than Trump. I don't know. Some of the stuff seems childish. And
can you talk about some of what like examples?
Well, I don't know. No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to get that. I don't want to get that far into it.
Okay.
Because
Okay. Because I've never lived in Florida. In fact, I've only been there once, and it was to Orlando. So it wasn't like I've like toured the.
Yeah.
We went to Orlando.
Disneyland.
Yeah. Well, we didn't even go there. We went to Bethany. Bethany sells Color Street, which is a nail product.
Okay.
And she had a conference in Orlando, and I went with her. And
we lived near.
Okay.
Orlando, yeah.
And we drove. We did some driving. We drove. Where did we go?
It's beautiful.
We drove to the ocean because we wanted to dip our feet in the Atlantic. And just to say we did it.
Yeah.
So we did that. And we ended up driving like near like Cape Canaveral and some of the other Cape Canaveral. Is that what it's called?
Cape Canaveral is way down south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was quite a drive.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We drove for quite a while. I think that's where they have like the rockets and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. So we drove past that to get to the ocean on one of the days we were there. But anyway, my point is, I just watching what DeSantis has done in Florida, whether it was with COVID, whether it was, all the things, just everything, what he's doing with the elementary schools and banning certain things that are being taught to the kids or certain books things. I mean, I love it all. I mean, I know a lot of people disagree with that, and that's totally fine. But I look at that and I think I would love for somebody to come in and do that for the whole country. But then someone else will say to me, "What are you talking about? He's anti-gay. He's anti, whatever." They throw all this stuff at him, and they say, "Well, and he says, no." Well, like the "Don't Say Gay" bill, right? That everybody's throwing around, which of course doesn't say anywhere in there. He never called it that. The media started calling it that, and everybody ran with it.
Right. And
I loved there was a clip where it was like a press conference, and one of the reporters said, "Can we talk about this Don't Say Gay bill that you signed off on?" And he goes, "No, hang on a second. Show me in the bill where it says that." And the reporter couldn't do it, obviously, because it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that.
And he's like, "Look, you guys have been throwing that word around since this bill was signed, and it's not even true. It has nothing to do with saying the word gay. It has to do with teachers, whether of heterosexual, homosexual, doesn't matter. They should not be talking to their elementary school children, their students, about their married life and their sex life.
Yeah.
That's all the bill said.
Even if it was heterosexual
Absolutely.
stuff, you shouldn't be talking to elementary kids.
That's the whole point.
You shouldn't really even be talking, maybe high school, because by then high schoolers are having sex. But,
right.
But still, like, you don't need to, when you're educating kids on all the, the reading, writing, and arithmetic,
right,
the three R's, like nowhere in there, is there? Do you need to talk about sex, or do you feel like you're a boy or a girl? Like that has nothing to do with education,
right? But that seems to be the primary thing they're teaching now, which is all indoctrination, all this kind of stuff. But then you go like to the books that they've started to ban in some of these elementary schools, and everybody says, "Oh, they're just trying to ban the gay books and the this," and it's like, no, it was any books that are sexual.
Yeah,
even if it's a book about two heterosexuals that are having sex or how they're doing it and all these positions and all this stuff. These are elementary school kids.
Yeah.
Why is that in the library?
Yeah.
And I know a lot of the arguments from people from the schools would be like, well, I mean, the parents have to, just because they're in the library doesn't mean the kids have to read them. And I'm like, I don't know about you, but I'm not with my kids all the time when they're in public school. I mean, we don't public school, but if we did, I'm like, I'm not with them when they're in the library at school. How do I know what they're taking off the shelf and reading?
Yeah.
I don't know, and I can assure you that if they wanted to read a book about sex, they're not going to bring it home to my house and sit there on the couch and read it.
Right.
I mean, they're obviously going to hide something like that, So,
and there's the internet. You kind of don't even need to bring the books home.
Right. Right. So, which is why we have to be cautious there too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, our kids, Laura and Aiden, both, our older two, weren't allowed to have phones till they were 18. And that's only because when they were 18, we couldn't really stop them.
Right.
But at least we thought they'd be mature enough by then, so.
Our kids was 13, but it was only a flip phone.
Yes.
Yeah. Which
is fine, right? This is smartphones that you got to be careful with. And Addie has one now, but we have it heavily monitored. She really can't do anything on there that Bethany's not going to know about because she can see everything.
How old is she?
She's 15.
Okay.
So, but she got it when she was 14. So, which of course her older siblings are like, oh,
yeah.
What? Why does she get to have one when she's 14? That's not fair.
Yeah.
But what we're learning through Addie having one is we're like, Asher's never getting one. Asher can't have one till he's 40. That's kind of where we're at.
How old is Asher?
He's 13.
13.
So he's got a long road ahead of him.
So I remember when my now 27-year-old one, the one that just had the baby, when she was, I don't know, she was about 10, 11 years old, and she wanted a cell phone so bad. And we're like, no, not until you're 13. And even when they were 13, they only got it if they were going to go like to the movies with their friends so that they could have a phone to call us, like we're ready to pick up or whatever.
Right.
And so one day, we can't find her anywhere. Her bike is gone. And we're looking everywhere for her. And here she comes pedaling back. She had gone down the street to CVS and bought a Go phone or whatever. And brought it back. It was still in the package and everything. Okay. And I don't even know where she got the money for it. But now I think about that now, and I'm like, where did she get the money for that?
Yeah.
But she wanted a phone so bad. She thought she was going to get away with it too. We're like, oh no, don't even open it.
Oh, she thought she was going to hide it from you.
Yeah.
Oh, how funny.
And so...
how would she even connect it to anything without you guys knowing?
And how was she going to pay for the monthly fee and all that stuff? You know?
Or even get a plan unless she's 18.
It's just a kid, so she hadn't thought it out. But it's pretty funny because we just marched her right back to the store and she had to take it back. And
I wonder how she would tell that story today.
Yeah, probably a little bit different.
Yeah, I wonder if she'd laugh about it now or if she's like, oh, I'm still bitter about that.
No, so I've brought it up before and we just kind of laugh. But but I've never asked her actually what her... that's a good question. I'm going to have to ask her.
Yeah.
What were you thinking? Like, how were you going to pay for that?
I love it. That's awesome. All right, so let's get back. I want to talk a little bit about this because you mentioned it, about living in Florida and you experiencing racism. That was back, obviously, in what,
that was in
70s?
The 70s.
Long time ago. So how do you view racism like today, in our country today? Do you think it's still a very relevant thing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's, I think there are a lot of people that want to think that, oh, no, we've taken care of that. But no, it's definitely.
But you think it's like, I mean, I think there's obviously racist people. I think there's always going to be racist people.
Yeah.
But like comparing it to like the 60s or the 50s.
Oh, no.
Do you think we've come a long way, or
we've come a ways?
Okay.
I don't know about a long ways, but we've come a ways. Like you said, I don't think we're ever going to get rid of racist people. And when I say get rid of them, more like get rid of the mentality. Right,
like over time, it'll just kind of filter out.
I don't think that'll ever happen. Because there's some people that, I mean, they've been raised, I mean, there's white supremacists that are having kids and they're just going to, it's just going to keep going.
Right.
But in the mainstream, I think we're doing a lot better.
Okay.
But I think that there's a long way to go still.
Okay.
I think.
So what kind of things that are happening in the world today would you say you think? Well, let me ask you it this way. Backtrack. So a lot of people throw around the term systemic racism, like racism that's ingrained in the system of America. Do you see that, or do you see it more as individualized, like people that are still that way?
I think there are, I mean, let's just take the systemic part. I think there might be systems in I don't know about the government, but I think there are things that are still a little bit systemic, and I don't ask me to name anything because I wouldn't be able to put my finger on anything. But I still feel like there are you hear about things where somebody they got a job. They were interviewed over the phone. They got a job, and they show up for not even a Zoom call or anything like that. Show up, and then the person sees the person across the desk, and they realize, oh, like let's just say, I don't know, Smith is a pretty white name, I would think. I don't know. Let's just say Martha Smith.
Yeah. Could call Karen Smith.
There you go, Karen Smith.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Karen
Smith, Karen Smith shows up for her first day on the job, and the manager, boss, whatever, is behind the desk, and they meet, and they're like, oh, like they don't say it out loud, but they're like, oh, didn't realize that this person was black, or whatever color.
So the scenario is they're hired over the phone based on credential.
Right.
Yet the person interviewing them doesn't know what ethnicity they are.
And I've heard two specific stories similar to that. One was a male, one was a female, and they still got the job, but it seems like they weren't treated quite as what all the things that were promised.
Okay.
I don't know, things like that, and of course that's something that you hear. I don't know.
Yeah, and I've actually I've never heard something like that. Usually when people bring up the hiring thing, it's more like a white guy and a black guy applied for the same job.
Oh, right.
And the white guy got hired, therefore racism. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. There's a lot of things that could go into this. And you start to look into, you're like, well, the white guy had 2 master's degrees. The black guy only had a high school education. The white guy had 15 years experience in the same job field. The black guy never did. I mean, so those are all things to consider.
So those kind of things, I'm like, if whoever was hired, I don't care what color skin, if you were hired with all of your accolades and achievements and degrees, and you fit the job, then obviously that's not racist.
Right.
Had it been the other way around, where the black person or the person of color had all of the degrees and the accolades and the blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And the white guy just was a good-looking white guy. And he gets the job. I'm like, you better rethink that.
Right.
You better rethink it.
See, and that would, to me, that would be worthy of a probe into that.
Right.
Because I would be going, wait, why? Why did you pick that guy over this guy when this guy is obviously much more suitable for the job?
Yeah.
So, but I guess I don't hear a lot of that. And usually when I say that, me being, the color I am, people say, well, that's just because you don't experience it because you're a white guy. And I say, well, but I have, but yeah. What was that movie with Richard Pryor and what's his name? The guy. They were always in
Willy
movies
Wonka.
together. Yes. Gene something.
Gene
Wilder.
Wilder, yes.
And I think it was what he was black.
He was blind.
He was blind also? He was blind, and he said something. He finally was like, wait, what? I'm black? That's so funny. I don't know. I just thought of that. Something you said reminded me of that.
Oh, that's funny.
So I mean, I guess I don't, but I know I have a lot of friends, acquaintances of all ethnicities, all sexualities, all whatever. Like I know a lot of people. I talk to a lot of people. And usually when I just kind of investigate just when I'm talking to them, and they'll say, oh, and I didn't get the job. And I was talking to a girl one time, and she's like, oh, and I applied for this job, and of course they hired the man over me. And I'm like, well, but why? Right? Did he actually hire the man simply because you're a woman? Was that his reason? Like, oh, I don't want a woman, I want a man. If that's what happened, I'm right there with you. That's totally wrong. Yeah. Nobody should ever be hired for that reason, or not hired for that reason either. But then you look into it and you kind of ask them some questions. And they're like, oh, well, he had a master's and I only had a bachelor's. Yeah. He's been on the same job for whatever. I mean, I've been at the library for 17 years. I've applied for multiple promotional jobs. Almost every time I don't get it, and guess who does? A woman. Is that sexism? No, I'll tell you what it is. It's because I only have an associate's degree. Mm-hmm. It's frustrating because I think I have a lot of experience. I've been there so long, and I think I can do that job. And sometimes the person that gets it has only been working for the library for a year. Yeah, but they have a bachelor's or they have a master's. So that's why.
But see, is that a city job?
Yeah.
Yeah. But see, because I've worked for the county and for the city before, and they're supposed to take into consideration, because it says when you're filling out the application or when you're looking at the scope of the job, it will say requirements, bachelor's degree and blah, 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 or equivalent of this many years and in this field and blah, 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 blah.
Which is the only reason I apply for it. Because if it just says requirements, master degree, and that's it.
You're like, oh, I don't have that.
I'm like, there's no point, because they're not going to give me an interview. They're just going to look at it and say, oh, he doesn't have a master's degree. Yeah. No, see ya. Because they're looking for ways to downsize the group.
Right.
So anything they can do. I remember one time I did a job, and it was a 10 key. You had to be proficient. So I went down, I got my test, and I forgot what the numbers were, but you had to have like a 70 words per minute or something on the 10 key or whatever it was, and I had like 68 was the one thing I got. But I applied anyway. Yeah. And they just called me and they're like, you got 68. The minimum requirement is 70. So why are you even applying for this? And they I didn't get an interview, nothing. They're just like,
that's
see you. I'm like,
for two numbers.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, seriously. But the reason they're doing that is because they're like, look, okay,
they've got to weed it down.
Exactly. We got a group of 30 people. Yeah. We don't want to do 30 interviews.
Right.
Let's do. Okay, that guy doesn't qualify. Doesn't qualify. Yeah, let's just narrow it down. Then we'll start looking at other stuff. Yeah. So I mean, it's just I don't view it as any kind of prejudice my way. I get it. I understand. But I will apply if it says experience. But the thing is, and I have to put myself in the shoes of the employer.
Right.
Yes, this guy does have experience, but this person has experience and they have a master's. Mm-hmm. Which
that kind of stuff makes sense.
It does, but in some ways it doesn't. Because I look at something like I always use the example of a airline pilot, right? Now, when I'm flying to Europe or something, do I want the guy who has his master's degree, if that's even a thing, and his supreme pilot's license or whatever?
Pirate,
yeah. But I mean, so he gets in the plane and he tells everybody on the loudspeaker, okay, everybody, thanks for joining me today. Just so you know, this is my first actual flight. But I do
off of this plane.
But just so you know, I did pass my training and I do have a certificate back here saying that I passed. And I have the master's degree of pilots, whatever, right? Do I want that guy or do I want the guy who has a high school education who's been flying planes for 30 years?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the guy I want,
right.
Because he knows what he's doing. I don't care what the piece of paper says. This guy knows his stuff, or a brain surgeon.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my first time doing a brain surgery. I hope it goes well. But I got my master's degree over here, or my doctorate or whatever, in medical, It's like, oh, I don't want to be that guy.
No.
So anyway, but I mean, I always ask those questions because I think life experience is important because we all have different lives.
Oh, yeah.
We dealt with different things. But I'm always curious about the systemic racism thing just because I feel like, and this might be in fact, I know it's an unpopular view, but I feel like a lot of sometimes people are looking for it.
I know what I mean? I would have to agree with that. Yeah. There are some people that are, because they have it in their... And I don't want to, let's just not say any particular race, but in bigger cities, especially, not necessarily bigger cities, but in bigger cities, there are ethnic groups that get, for lack of a better word, they do. I do think there is such a thing as profiling.
Oh, totally.
I think, but because of that, I think that those groups, there are some people in those groups that are automatically, they're automatically after us.
Right.
Which
is another form of profiling.
Reverse profiling.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I think that they have a valid reason to think that.
They could.
Right. They could.
Right. Or they could.
I think in certain areas, I think it's 100% that it's true that happens.
Right.
Especially in bigger cities with a lot more minorities.
Yes, but where I'll go with that real quick is that I think that when we talk about looking for it, I think a lot of it is cultural. And I think that if you're a young kid, and I've said this before, and again, I get in trouble, that's okay. But if you're a young kid growing up in the big city or in certain neighborhoods, and you're learning from your parents, your uncles, your grandparents, whatever, and you're being told your whole life, the cops hate you. The cops don't like you because of what you look like. They're your enemy. They want to kill you. Okay? If you're being taught that your whole life, what are you going to be looking for every time you get pulled over?
Exactly.
So it's already ingrained in you, and you're already going to be combative. Because I mean, I put myself in the shoes. Like if I'm getting pulled over by somebody, and maybe my taillight's out, maybe it's nothing. My taillight's out. I'm getting pulled over by somebody I've been told my whole life wants to kill me. I'm automatically like, oh crap.
Yeah.
How am I going to get out of this one? Right? What weapons do I have to defend myself? Kind of a thing. It's like, but the cop could just be saying, hey, how's it going there, sir? It looks like you have a taillight out. Go ahead and get that fixed. But a lot of times those interactions turn into death.
Right. So I think in a lot of cases that might be true, or that is true. Not might be.
Yeah.
That is true. But I do think that there are cases where so I completely agree with that, but I think that there is the other side to that where there is such a thing as driving while black.
Right.
I 100% believe that.
Okay. Well, that's where profiling comes in.
That's where profiling comes in.
Right.
And I do believe that there are, and I have I have plenty of friends that are policemen or just different type of officers.
Yeah.
None that I know that I hope would do this, but I do know that that there are times where you get pulled over for a broken taillight or whatever,
right?
And they're not doing anything wrong, and they're asked, to get out of the car, and they get searched for no reason. And sometimes they end up having nothing on them.
Sure.
But just because they're black or Middle Eastern descent or whatever. So I do believe that there are both.
Yes.
I don't think that anybody could think that it's only this or it's only that. I think there's both.
Yes, and I think with profiling, and I have police officer friends, ex-police officer friends, and they have told me, yeah, we profile. But they don't see it as a bad thing. And it goes on to explain, the guy, he explained it to me, and I get it in a sense. I can understand the other side, be like, well, what are you messing with me for, just because of what I look like? Yeah. But like working at the library, okay? If I see...
The Santa Maria one?
Any of them. I mean, really, I've worked in Guad, I've worked in Santa Maria, Orchid, like it just in general. Like if generally speaking, when 2 or 3 for a group of teenage boys comes in, let's say 95% of the time when that happens over the course of 3 years, they're rambunctious, they're getting into trouble, they're looking up porn on the internet, they're cussing, they're breaking rules basically, right? Now, if that's 95% of the time, I'm going to automatically start to develop in my mind, even when I'm not trying to, a profile.
As soon as they walk in, you're like,
as soon as they walk in,
out of the corner of your eye, you're going to keep an eye on them the whole time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's just that, and I think that's smart.
Yeah.
That's statistically smart, but that doesn't mean I should be mean to them as soon as they walk in. Oh, I hate you. Get out of here. Yeah. No, you have to wait for them to do something before. But I think percentage-wise, pretty likely they're going to do something. Not 100%,
right?
But pretty probable, So
and then when they do, you're like, that doesn't surprise me.
Right. Or and then sort of bring it back to the police officers. When you look at statistics, I want to say it's six times or 7 times last statistics that I saw, that a cop, the likelihood of a cop getting shot by a black guy is 6 times or 7 times higher than by a white guy.
Wait, say that again?
The likelihood of a police officer getting shot by a black man is 6 or 7 times higher than being shot by a white man. So if that statistic is true, and I'm a cop, and I'm pulling over a black guy for whatever reason, I'm going to be a little more cautious. Now, is there a little hint, if we want to call it racism in there? Maybe. I would call it profiling. It could be totally fine. That guy could be the greatest guy in the world. But I look at it like this, if I'm a cop and I pull him over and I'm like, hey, you got a taillight? He's like, oh, how's it going, officer? What do I do? Oh, you got a taillight. Oh, okay, no problem. Or let's say I'm really scared and I'm worried. And I'm like, can you please put your hands on the steering wheel? Or can you please get out of the car? Because the last 20 times this has happened, I've searched people and I've found stuff. So I'm going to do it again. Maybe the guy's, like you said, he's totally innocent, never broken a law in his life. He's got nothing on him. Then you say, okay, see you later. Have a nice day. And that guy might drive away going, pigs. Or whatever, right? Like, what did he pull me over for?
Yeah.
And it probably is because of profiling. And I don't think that's 100% right to do that, but I also understand why it's done. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I wish there was another way to do so, but the thing is, a cop is going in blind. He knows nothing. And that's why all those instances of someone reaching for their glove box, and the cop says, put your hands on the steering wheel. And this has happened with white guys, too. There's plenty of videos of this. Reaching for the glove box. Put your hands on the steering wheel. Oh, I just need to get some. No, put your hands on the steering wheel. Oh, hang on. I just need to get some. Yeah. And then he opens the glove box.
That's just being stupid.
It is. Yeah. And then he starts pulling something out. The cop shoots him. And it turns out there was nothing in the glove box. So then the whole world's up in arms.
Yeah.
Oh, it was racism. He just shot him for no reason. No, he doesn't. What's he supposed to do? Wait until he's dead?
Yeah.
Like what? Just put your hands on the steering wheel. So I tell my kids all the time, I don't care if you're doing anything wrong. If you're doing nothing wrong, just listen to the cop.
Yeah.
Do what he tells you to do. Even if he's being a jerk. Don't die. It's not worth dying over, But So I mean, anyway, that's kind of my thoughts as a white guy who's never lived as anything other than a white guy. So So I know that's not
You don't moonlight as a black guy?
No, never have. But did you ever see that old SNL skit where Eddie Murphy did that?
I don't think so.
It was pretty funny. You should look. I think it was like in the early 80s.
Okay.
But whenever he was on SNL, he like put on the makeup and he went into the world as a white man.
A white guy? Oh,
yeah.
I definitely have not seen that one.
I mean, it's supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
But you watch it now and it's pretty hilarious. Like he goes into the bank to get a loan or whatever.
So would that be considered whiteface? I mean...
Yes, it would be.
I mean, nowadays...
It would be.
That would be just as bad as blackface.
Yeah.
I mean...
Would it, though? I don't know if it would. I don't think that would get... In other words, if I was to put on blackface and do a skit and put it on YouTube...
You'd be in trouble.
I'd be dead probably by the next day.
Yeah.
But if a black guy put on whiteface and did that, I don't think there'd be as much uproar.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I think there would be... I tell you who would be in uproar. The people that have gotten in trouble for doing blackface.
Right.
They'd be like, wait, he's doing it?
Yeah.
Why can't I do that?
Why is he going to pass?
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't know. That not to get into another subject, but that's that whole cancel culture thing that I just think is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Like pulling down... I know I'm probably getting off the subject. No, actually, no, it's kind of with racism.
I love this. This is no problem.
So, pulling down the statues of like, hey, it's history. It happened. Yep. Yes, it's bad. That guy was not a good dude.
Right.
But let's leave it up and maybe add a note to the description on the statue saying, you know, this was him, blah, blah, blah. He died this year, and part 2, he was not a great guy.
Yeah.
But taking them down doesn't erase it.
No.
It's still there.
Yes.
You take it out of the history books, it still happened.
Yep.
Somebody still remembers it. Mm-hmm. And what do they say if you don't... I'm misquoting it, but if you don't remember history, you're bound to repeat it. No, if you don't... anyway, I know
what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're going to repeat the same thing over and over again if you don't have something to teach. Like, hey, this was bad. Don't do this. Mm-hmm. Look what happened when things like this happened. You know?
Right.
So pulling statues down and I don't know what else, you know, stuff like obviously, you know, swastikas and stuff like that we don't want to leave up, but also it's in the history books.
Sure.
We didn't take it out of the history books.
Well, yeah, when you learn about the Third Reich and you learn about Hitler and the Holocaust,
the
and all
SS
that,
and the...
you're going to see the swastika everywhere.
But I mean,
it's not promoting it. It's not saying, hey, this is a great symbol for wonderful things that Hitler did. It's like, no, it's presented
But I think that's different than... I think that's different than pulling down all these statues. Mm-hmm. I know that people say, oh, well, you know, it makes me feel... Okay, well, here, you get up in your feels again. Mm-hmm. Let's not do that. Yep. You know, these statues make me feel a certain way. Well, you know what? You need to look at it as a historical thing, as, you know, even teach your kids. Like, this, you know, this was a bad man or, you know, whatever. Generals and different people like that back, you know.
Yeah. Or somebody that owned slaves back in the day or whatever.
Know, but the thing is, it was wrong. Especially now we look back and we know it's wrong. And back then, it was wrong, but it was the norm. So it wasn't right, but, you know, back then, it's just what everybody had. I mean, everybody had... I'm not saying it's right. I don't want anybody to quote me saying that I thought slavery was good. But,
no.
But it's just how things were.
Correct.
And if you try to delete it out of history...
Yeah.
What does it gain you?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, because it's almost like if you could erase... all of that knowledge of the past, of the things that happened in the beginnings of our country and before and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. You think you know, who's to say who's going to come along and just be like, hey, I got a good idea. What if we take these other people that look different than us and we just make them work for us for free and we just feed them and you know, or whatever, like animals, you know, and with a fresh mind, somebody might, without having the knowledge of what they've learned, they might be like, oh yeah, that sounds great. Let's do that. You know, so I'm with you. Like, leaving that stuff in history is important. It doesn't mean that we agree with everything in history, but to have it is good reminder, you know? So
I was just looking up that because it was bugging me. It was Winston Churchill.
Mm-hmm.
Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
There you go.
There you go.
Nice.
That's your quote for the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah. So cancel culture is...
Yeah.
I think that's that. And there's a lot more to cancel culture. I mean, nowadays people saying things that, and then they apologize for it later.
See, that's the problem.
What do you mean?
Well, I guess I should specify what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm thinking
without even knowing what you're talking about.
So yeah, people. I mean, they did something wrong, and sometimes it might have been something innocent. It might have been just something that they said, and it just came out wrong, or they were just ignorant, and just said something, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I am so sorry that I said that. I didn't realize that, the ramifications or the consequences or whatever of my actions or of my words, and I sincerely apologize." And then the media, or not necessarily the media, but culture themselves, just like, "Oh no, forget you. We don't accept your apology."
That's what I'm saying.
And you're done.
Yeah, it never.
We're done with you, and
it almost never works.
I don't like Roseanne Barr, but it happened to her.
Sure.
What she said was pretty bad.
What she said was bad, but it wasn't what they made it out to be.
Absolutely.
See, it's just like anything.
Yeah.
It's just like Trump saying, "Grab women by the such and such."
Yeah.
He never said that. He said some women want you to, right? And again, I'm not justifying what he said. What he said was still bad.
Yeah.
But the way they presented it was, oh, Trump's out there telling everybody, you know what? You just got to go find some women and just grab them.
Yeah.
No, he's not saying that. He's saying some of these dirty, nasty women like that.
Yeah.
All he's saying. So it's like, it's just, the way they twist things, and they pull stuff from 30 years ago.
Yeah.
When they want to destroy someone's political campaign, or they want to destroy someone's life. Hey, 30 years ago, listen to what this guy said.
And 30 years ago, there wasn't a problem with that.
No.
And just like, who was it? Who was it? Oh, Prince Harry, when he is like college party and he dressed up like, was it a Nazi? I think he dressed up as, or something. I mean, it was stupid. It wasn't, whatever it was dumb.
Right.
But he was a college kid, drunk at a party.
Right.
And I mean, you can't hold something against somebody for what they did when they were a kid.
Right.
At a party in college,
exactly, for what
they are now. I mean, everyone. We talked about musicians evolving. I mean, everybody evolves. I mean, everybody. And if anybody says that they didn't, they're lying or just stupid. If everybody did something stupid when they were younger,
right?
And now, as an adult, you've grown up and you realize, oh yeah, no, I don't do that kind of thing anymore, or whatever. So. Yeah, you can't. I just don't see how they could hold somebody accountable for, or even try not so much hold them accountable, but try to hold them accountable for something that they did when they were young and dumb. If you were to do it nowadays, you're running for politics now, and you do something stupid now, right? Then obviously, because
it's relevant.
That Santos guy.
Oh yeah.
There's so many good skits of him on late night talk shows, and there was a good one on Saturday Night Live last night. But
that goes into like the idea of becoming so overly sensitive. Overly sensitive. You look at like some of the comedians, like you go back into the 70s and 80s, and some of the things that they would say, or the things that they would talk about, and their jokes are not PC today. Right. So then they start pulling them out, and then
they're still funny.
They're hilarious because back then people could take a joke.
Right.
And that's what I am a proponent of, getting back to people being able to take identity jokes, not personal jokes, right? And what I mean by that is, if I'm in a comedy club and the comedian's up on the stage and he's making jokes about middle-aged white women, in general, and he's just ripping them up and down, making fun of them left and right. Sure, that's funny. I can laugh at that. And I said women, not men, because what I'm getting to. And my wife can laugh at that. But if that comedian points right at my wife, calls her by name, and starts making fun of her personally...
You're going to go up on stage and smack him like
right, I'm going to pull a Will Smith on that, But I mean, I understand, because that's personal, but we become so sensitive. It's like, oh wait, he's making fun of my people.
It was okay when it was about somebody else.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or it's even to the point
And I would feel different if it were about me. And yes. But at the same time, if it's about somebody in general, and Karens in general.
Right.
I mean,
right.
Hopefully, I don't know. Do I have anybody in my family named Karen? Oh, I do. My brother-in-law's mother-in-law.
Oh, man.
But she's a sweetheart. I love her.
Right.
If you're making, if it's just a joke and it's just in general, not specific, then yeah, I agree. Like take a chill pill. I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah.
We're here to have a good time and laugh.
Right.
If it hurts your feelings, get up and leave.
Right.
I mean,
and grow a pair.
Grow a pair. Your wife needs to grow a pair. Yeah. Yeah,
and I heard a guy one time. He's actually a pastor, and he was preaching a sermon. He was just talking about some worldly issues, and he said, "Today we are breeding the most limp-wristed, puny-chested men." Who are just like, oh, you said something that hurt my feelings. Yeah. I need a safe space. You know, and it's like we're just, it's all about feelings. How do you feel? Yeah. When Alora was at Hancock and Trump got elected the first time, the teacher was distraught. And she was saying things from the front of the classroom. Oh, okay, so today we're not going to have class. We're just going to, I know we all need some time to really get over this. Right? And I'm like, really? Like, it's that devastating? Like, it just ruins your life because some guy who said some things that hurt your feelings is now the president? Yeah. Like, hang on, wait a while. Now, if he starts to, affect your life, then fine. All right, man, you ready to jump into spirituality?
Yeah, as long as, unless you have anything else in that topic.
No, I wrote down a couple things you said. We talked about racism. We talked about your buddy Trump. We talked about, my buddy. Your homeboy. No, I think it was good conversation, man. We talked about, so we hit some heavy topics.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
When we first started talking about politics, you said something about Trump, that he's done a lot of good things. Mm-hmm. What can you name off the top of your head that?
I think the economy was good. I think he started off good with COVID until he let Fauci take over. I think that was a huge mistake.
Okay.
I would put that under mistakes that he did.
What do you think that Fauci did wrong, though?
Well, I think the problem with Fauci is I don't think he ever really knew what he was talking about. I think, and somebody even put out a montage or whatever you call it of all these clips over the 3 years of COVID, where he would be saying one thing and then a month later he'd be saying the exact opposite, and then he'd be saying the exact opposite again, and on this topic an exact opposite again. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist guy. I don't get into the whole and Fauci was funding the Wuhan lab and all that kind of stuff. And the government created COVID for control and all. I mean, fine. If there's evidence for that, I'll jump on board. But I'm not going to believe some guy who's on YouTube saying, look, I have inside information. Yeah. And where's the inside? Oh, I can't show it to you because it stops, whatever. So
I'm not sticking up for Fauci, but I mean, it's a, COVID is it's like any other, like the flu or whatever else that evolves, right? Mm-hmm. So do you think that he changed his answers because the disease itself had evolved? Or I don't know if the disease is the right word, but
well, I think there was
the virus.
Yeah, I think there was pretty sufficient evidence that he was telling us to do things that he knew we didn't need to do. And I think there was times even in his own personal life where he was doing some of the things he was telling us we weren't allowed to do. It's just like a lot of them were. Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, you can't go anywhere. Oh, there's Newsom having dinner with 30 of his family members at an indoor restaurant while you're still closing down all these other restaurants.
Blown away when those people did that kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying. And I think the world started to wake up, and that's why right now they're talking about, COVID's rising again, all this. Lockdowns are coming. And most of America, I don't care if you're right or left, is like, nope.
Yeah,
we're not doing that again. Sorry. Because not only was it devastating for businesses, for families, there's people that didn't get to see their grandparents before they died or have funerals for their dead family members.
2020 I've been in business since 2006.
Okay.
2020 was my busiest year ever. I made more money in that year, and I don't know why real estate was selling. But I'm dead right now. My business is just
bummer.
Because the real estate sucks. But and it's funny because I just finished all my schooling. I'm becoming a real estate agent now. I don't know if you know, I do real estate inspection.
Oh, okay.
I do property inspection for real estate.
Yeah.
For real estate sales. But
Very cool.
I'm moving into real estate now.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, this might not be the best time to move into it, but it's my next step.
Yeah,
so.
I know a lot of people that are in that. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's cool.
But, so, I don't know. So, as far as, I guess it did close down a lot of things, but for me, I don't know, it was different. It was my busiest year, so.
That's cool.
I don't want to say I wish COVID came back. But
Yeah, I know.
I wish
I know.
something like that.
So, I mean, but I think with stuff like that, obviously we don't know everything. And it's the same with all the government. I mean, obviously we don't know everything going on back there. And people that claim they do drive me nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, we know what Trump's doing. And we know what Biden's really up. No, we don't.
We don't.
You have some guesses. Maybe you're right. Yeah. I don't know.
And a lot of things, too, people give credit and they blame... They give credit to the president and they blame the president for things that he had nothing to do with. You know, like they praised Trump for the economy. I think a lot of the things with the economy had nothing to do with him whatsoever.
Right.
They would blame the president when the gas prices went up, and then they'd praise it. I mean, they'd blame him when it went up, and then they'd praise him when the gas prices went down.
Right.
He has nothing to do with gas prices.
Well, see, and that's what I mean, right?
And it's the same thing with Trump. It's the same thing with Biden.
Right.
Like, everybody's all over Biden because, because the
gas prices.
When the gas prices go up and down, like, he has nothing. He doesn't even know. When's the last time he even went to a gas station?
Right.
But he has nothing to do with that.
You don't think it had anything to do with like shutting down the pipeline or anything like that?
I don't.
Okay.
I think he might. He knows what's going on, but I think it's really up to other people, really, when it comes to that kind of stuff.
I'm with you completely.
Yeah.
I don't think the president, especially our president now, because I don't even think he knows what his name is half the time.
I agree with you.
I don't think he does anything except show up and say what they need him to say. I don't think he's really making any decisions. I just don't. Yeah. I think,
You know who makes a... Okay. I get off on tangents. Who does a really good impression of Joe Biden? Well, of both him and Trump, but is Stephen Colbert. You ever watch the Late Show?
No, I know who he is.
Yeah,
but I never.
So the Late Show or the Late Show. He does a really good. He puts on the aviator sunglasses and he talks like Biden.
Nice.
And he's hilarious. And
yeah.
He does like the gibberish and the babble.
Yeah.
Because sometimes. Biden is just like like, what did you just say?
You don't know whether to laugh or cry.
What? Like, dude, do you have a stroke? Are you okay?
Right. Because part of me is just laughing because it's so funny, and the other part of me is like, oh my gosh, how sad for this guy.
And how sad for us? He's running the country. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
I don't think we've had a decent president in at least the last two. The last two presidents have just been anyway.
And, that's why I hope for something fresh.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't vote for Obama, and I was opposed to him, but
is that because you're racist?
Absolutely. Wait, is he black? No, but so I didn't vote for him, and I wasn't in agreement with him being voted in. I mean, nothing I can do about it. But he turned out to be. He's a decent human being. You never saw him making fun of people. You never saw him...
Talking about Obama?
Obama.
Okay.
He never... again, I didn't vote for him, but he turned out to be... to me, anyway. He turned out to be a pretty decent guy.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, I like him as... he seems decent. I mean,
he's a good human.
Yeah, we can... Yeah, so to go back to that, some of the other things that I think Trump... like Supreme Court justices is a big one. And that's a lot of the flack from the other side, right? They'll say, well, the reason why Roe v. Wade got overturned is because Trump put in Amy Coney Barrett right before he left office. And, and you being a pro-life guy like me, I'm sure that you see that as a plus, right? Would you say that's a plus? Or?
I think that's a plus. I think where it's gone, getting away from Trump and just talking about the abortion thing, I don't like abortion, but I do believe that what's happening now is there are cases where I think abortion should be allowed. If it's going to save the mom.
Okay.
If the baby's going to be born, they know for a fact the baby's going to be born with a deep, like a
severe
disability. There's one right now in the news where the lady is pregnant. I forget how many weeks along she is, but the baby is gonna be born with a life-threatening disease.
Right.
And the judge ruled that she can get an abortion, and then I think it's in Texas, and then the state not overturned it, but they put in a I don't know the legal terminology as they blocked it, basically.
Okay. They vetoed it.
Yeah, that's not the word that they use, but it is some type of a block.
I think the technical term is they put the kibosh on it. I think that's
the kibosh. That's it. That is the technical term. Yep. So things like that, I think, in some cases, rape, some cases rape, maybe not, but
right.
I mean, rape's horrible for a woman, for anybody really, but it's horrible for a woman, and I think even if she's going to put that baby up for adoption, that might be hard for her to carry it to term, knowing exactly what happened. I'm not saying that that's kind of one of those things where I'm not sure where
you fall.
I think that's going to be a case by case. You can't say, every case like this should be this way. No.
Yeah, because the other two things you mentioned, I think most pro-life people are pretty much, maybe not all of them, but I think the idea of saving the mother's life, if it's the mother or the child,
right?
I think most pro-life people would say yes.
Most pro-life people, yeah. But like right now in Texas, even the knowing that the baby's going to be born something that's going to kill it, it's going to eventually die from.
Well, see, that's where okay, so I have some thoughts on this only because I guess I can say personal experience, not that Bethany and I have ever dealt with that specifically, but we have had friends, a few of them, two of them actually that I can think of off the top of my head, that it was a similar situation where the doctors did the early ultrasounds, they did the tests, and they said, look, your child is going to have this, their organs are all out of place, they're only going to live maybe a day or two, that's going to be pain and suffering for them until they die. You might want to think about abortion here because it's just, and in each case, these happen to be very strong Christian pro-life people, and they just trusted God with it, and they said, okay, well, if that's what's going to happen, that's, because they feel like, well, if we end it, that's us ending it.
Right.
If God ends it, he's God. He can do whatever he wants. Like that's in his hands. And in each case, the baby was born totally normal, totally healthy, no problems at all.
Yeah.
Zero. Not even a hint. So it's like,
for those of us that believe in prayer and the power that God has.
Yeah.
And I think somebody that believes in God and in prayer, they're not going to think about abortion.
Right.
But somebody that is not a Christian, that's not part of their life, that's to them, sadly, is not an option. So
you mean prayer is not an option, or?
Well, it's not an option as far as it is an option.
They won't do it.
It's not something that they would think of doing or believe that it would help. So
yeah, they're more likely.
What do you tell a person like that? Oh, I mean, obviously, I would still tell them, hey.
I would still tell them the story. I mean, I could even leave prayer out of it. Yeah. And I could just tell them the story. Look, I have some friends who were told the exact same thing you were told. And they decided to go, I don't have to say they're Christians, pro-life, nothing. I can just say they decided to go through with the birth, and their baby is 10 years old today, healthy as can be. Yeah. They love him to death. The greatest guy in the world, whatever. Like, to tell a story like that, just so they know that just because a doctor says that, it doesn't always mean for sure. You know what I mean? Like that's definitely going to happen. And I have other acquaintances that the opposite was true, that they did decide to go through, again, strong Christians, decided to go through with the birth. The baby was born, and I want to say he lived like 3 or 4 days. So, I'm not going to say it never happens, because it obviously does.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's just one of those things. But like, as far as like rape and incest, that's always the big one, right? Rape and incest, they always say. And I love, there's a Ben Shapiro. He's one of his famous quotes is where he's talking to this girl, and she's like, well, what about the case of rape and incest? Because she's trying to fight for the abortion rights for women. And he says, okay, well, we can talk about that, but first I want to know are you against all the other abortions that aren't for the purpose of rape and incest? And she says, well, no, I think a woman should be able to get an abortion whenever she wants, however she wants. He says, then why are you bringing up rape and incest? You know what I mean? It's like, that's always the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's almost like that's the foothold get into the door, so then they can get the whole thing. And
that makes sense. Yeah.
And I'm kind of with you. I mean, Rape and incest is hard because I agree with you completely. How do you I can't even imagine being raped by somebody and then having to carry their child and give birth to their child, even to put it up for adoption.
And I'm not saying it's a really I don't know, slippery slope. That's cliche, but because I mean there have been a lot of people that were there. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but I do remember hearing stories of people that have become great people in history, and could have been, they thought they were going to be, the parents thought they were going to be born with some some disease or malformity, and they still became a great person, or the mom was raped and carried it to term, and that person became I don't know, something
Abraham Lincoln or something, right? Some great.
You just never know. So it's having never. Well, I'm not even gonna go there. Having no experience myself with anything like that, it's hard for me to say this is how it should be.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
It's not my life. I've never experienced something like that.
Yeah.
It's something that only that person, that individual, I think can describe, or even say that, this is how I feel, this is what I would like to do. And, I don't know. I believe that is one of those things where the law just doesn't apply to every case.
Right.
At all.
Right.
So.
Yeah, as hard as that one is, I think where I always keep falling back is the idea of the punishing the kid for the sins of the father kind of deal. It's like, yes, the guy who did that is evil beyond belief. I mean, anybody who would rape a woman to me is, that's death penalty as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
He should be castrated and slow, painful death as far as I'm concerned. That's bad. But I also don't think that it's obviously not the baby's fault. It's not the child's fault. Even though I can definitely understand not understand in a empathetic way, because I'm not a woman. I've never been pregnant. I don't even know what that's like. I've never lived through that. But I understand why that would be so hard for a woman to say, okay, I was raped by this monster. Yeah. And you expect me to live 9 months of my life carrying his, maybe in her mind, his monster child, his monster seed in my womb. It's just kind of like.
And at the same time, that's that monster's seed and genetics. He could grow up to either be a president or a worst rapist. We just don't know. So I don't know that the laws just, it's so hard to say that it applies to everybody. It doesn't really.
So if it was up to you, as far as making the parameters for something, you would say abortion is illegal unless this situation. Right. But the whole idea.
But even in those situations, there has to be a case by case, I think. Okay. I would say.
Right. Yeah. But not in the situation of, just somebody
forgot to take the pill.
Right, right. Or this is my 5th abortion this year alone. I just use it as birth control. Yeah. I get pregnant. And,
people that are careless, we all know how it happens.
Right.
We all know. And we couldn't get condoms. Okay, well then you just don't. You just don't do it.
Right.
So you wait till you can.
Right. Which even that I don't buy. Today you can't get condoms. You can go to any Planned Parenthood and get free condoms anytime you want.
Anywhere. Yeah. And it's and if it's I'm not condoning shoplifting, but if you need to do it that bad, and you don't have the money, well, I don't know.
Right.
There's just no excuse.
No,
there's no excuse.
There's not. There's really not. And so I'm with you on that for sure. But I mean, as far as do you think back to Trump again, just quickly, do you think that him appointing her, first of all, do you think that was a deciding, do you think that made a big deal difference in the Roe v. Wade thing? Let's say he didn't do that before he left office. Do you think Roe v. Wade would not have been overturned?
I don't know. I don't know what the vote was like, so I can't say for sure.
It was pretty close.
It was
pretty close.
So then I guess if that was if she was a deciding factor, then yeah, I guess
I feel like she was.
I guess unfortunately we would have to give him credit for that.
Yeah, it might have been maybe 2 votes. So I guess maybe technically, but I think the other guy was appointed by Trump too. The other guy that voted, 2 of the people that voted to overturn it, I believe, were. I have to do the research on that again. But so don't quote me on that one. But I'm pretty sure that they both were.
Yeah.
But she just happened to be the last one he put in.
So, but here's the thing too: is I think that any president that was in office that was a Republican would have appointed those people. So I don't give. I mean, you have to give him credit because he's actually the one that did it. But I don't think if it was a different president, that it wouldn't have been the same. It would have been the same thing.
Yeah, that's a good point because obviously the Republicans.
Any Republican is usually a conservative.
Right.
And I don't. Trump is definitely not a conservative.
No, he pretends pretty good sometimes.
He's definitely he does anything that's self-serving, I think.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't think any other Republican president would have probably done the same exact thing.
I think he's done things that aren't self-serving, but only because I think those in his cabinet and those that are close to him said, "Look, this is what you need to do."
Yeah.
And in a sense, it might be self-serving, just because and the people will like you more.
Yeah.
But it's still something that did
any
good, right?
I don't care. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, an Independent, which we haven't had one yet. But anybody
never will.
Yeah, I seriously doubt it'll ever happen. Not in my lifetime, I don't think.
Yeah.
Or anybody in any office. What are they doing? They're doing stuff for the people. So they're gonna do stuff that makes them look good.
Right.
Any politician.
Right.
Very few. I shouldn't say. So most politicians go in. I think they go in with good intentions, and I want to do this. I want to help the people and that. And then after they're in, it's I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
You're doing stuff. And I guess you're supposed to be there for the people, but I don't think you're there just for them anymore. I think you're they get into power and they do stuff that makes them look good.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean, I think a lot of people that have the good intentions that don't really understand the inner workings of the White House and what happens once you get in there and all the politics involved back there that we don't see as just citizens.
Yeah.
I think they get back there and they have all these good intentions. Some of those good intentions are squashed because they're like, look, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Because we got this person giving us funds over here. We got this person giving funds over here. If you do that, we're going to lose this donor, and we're going to, you know what I mean? It's like
I think once you get in there, it's all the cliches that I can think of. It's like it's a catch-22.
Right.
I don't know. It's and whatever other cliches fit into that.
Right.
But
yeah. But yeah, so let's jump into some spirituality. Obviously, we're both Christians, so we're going to agree on a lot of the core doctrines and that kind of stuff. But like, at what age would you say you became a Christian? Like,
okay, so I've been in church my entire adult life. My entire life.
Okay.
Like my pastors were my pastors. Wow.
Your pastors were parents?
My pastors were parents. Sometimes my mouth gets ahead of my brain.
Most of our pastors were parents, actually. Yeah.
My parents were pastors from way before I was born.
Okay.
They were they were in the ministry. My parents met in Bible school, and got married right after they graduated, and then moved from down in LA. They moved to Ohio. They got a church in Ohio, which is where I was born.
Okay.
So I've been in church my entire life. Consider myself a Christian only because that's how I was raised.
Right.
I don't remember as a kid. I don't have a story of like, oh, I remember this one time and that's when I asked God into my heart, and I don't have a story like that.
Do you at some point?
When I was a kid? Yeah, at some point. No, I'm saying when I was a kid.
Gotcha.
It was just raised, and then I like almost 95%, maybe 99% of PKs, I rebelled. PKs are sometimes the worst.
Right.
And I have a theory. It's because everybody is looking at us, just waiting for us to do something wrong.
So then you just do.
And then we're like, okay, this makes you happy, I'll do something wrong. And but not, the majority of PKs, I honestly have not met a PK that didn't rebel at some point.
Right.
Every PK, and I know a lot of PKs.
Yeah. It almost makes you not want to have kids if you're a pastor because you know it's coming.
Pretty much.
Just don't procreate if you're a pastor.
Pretty much. So, like most PKs, I rebelled, and as an adult, I remember being really involved in like young adults and stuff, and then I stopped going. I got away from church. Didn't really get back into. There was years where I didn't even step into church at all. And my wife and I got remarried. We started going to church. Was just kind of going through the motions. And my mom, about 2006, my mom had her knee replaced, and then she had a back surgery, and it left her not being able to. She was already older. Oof. She was not able to drive after that, so I drove her everywhere, and I would take her. I would take her to church. I go to Pacific Christian, and so my mom had retired in 2006 from the church that she had been pastoring. Her and my dad had been. Was
that
pastoring.
Still in Ohio, or were they?
No. So here in Santa Maria. So we went from, just real quick. So we went. I was born in Ohio. They pastored that church for 26 years. Then we went to Chicago. They were there at a church for 3 years. And then we went to Florida, and they went to plant a few churches, like missionaries basically, but to Florida. Okay. They planted a couple of churches. They trained some people, and they became ministers, took over the churches, and then that's when my parents felt the call to go into mission field. Okay. They were too old with the Assemblies of God, at the time wouldn't sponsor them. Okay. That's the denomination that we were with. They thought that they were too old, so they wouldn't sponsor them. So my parents went down independently. They did itinerary, and they went around. They got sponsorships from churches. Wow,
that's impressive.
Traveled from Florida, all the states in between, all the way to Texas. Got sponsorships and stuff for them to be able to live, and then packed everything up, headed to Guatemala. Okay. And we're there for 2 years, and they were just open air campaigns and teaching and preaching, and so then remember I told you my dad got malaria. Yeah. And we moved to Texas, and then we were there for about 5 years. Doing that back and forth across the border, and then my dad decided he had a call to go back into pastoring a church. Okay. Found a church here in Santa Maria. That's how we ended up in Santa Maria.
Interesting.
And it was a church that had gone through, I don't know how many pastors. My parents got there, and the lights were off. Like they hadn't paid the electric bill because they didn't have money, and it was the church. There was the only people left was like one or two families, so there was like maybe 20 people in the church, if that. Yeah. So they came, they got the church back up, and they built up they bought a piece of property. They had they had built up like $250,000 in the building fund to build a church and stuff, and which that church had never. So anyway, my dad died in 1995. Oh, wow. And the church asked my mom to stay on as pastor. It was my dad and my mom as assistant pastor. The church asked my mom, so she became the pastor, and then she stayed there. So they were there from 1984 until 2006 when my mom retired. Okay.
So is that church still there today?
It's still there.
And someone else took over?
Yeah, it's had several pastors since then. Okay. Going back to when they first got there, the church was in such bad shape. There was a pastor that had been there for a super short amount of time, and he canceled Sunday service because he was going to a fight in Vegas, a boxing match.
To watch?
To watch.
He wasn't in the fight?
No. He went to go watch a match. Okay. He canceled Sunday church. That's how bad the church was.
Wow. Talk about priorities.
Yes. Anyway, so usually when a pastor retires, they don't stay at the same church. They will go to another church because the congregation will. A new pastor comes in, well, they'll still go to the old pastor and say, like, oh, I can't believe what the new pastor's doing. What are you going to do about it? I'm like, I'm not the pastor. So she retired and she started going over to Pacific Christian, which she was friends with.
Which is an Assemblies of God church.
Assemblies of God also, but as we call it in our culture, it was the American church. Because it was, the English-speaking church. So she retired and started going there. Okay. Well, my mom couldn't drive. All that just to tell you, like I go off on tangents. Yeah. All this to tell you that so I was driving my mom everywhere. Mm-hmm. And my wife and I were back together and married. And by this point, we already had... we had one daughter. Oh, tangent. We had our first daughter. Okay. Got separated, divorced, and then when we got back together, we had 2 more kids. Okay. So I've had, I have kids with both my first wife and my second wife.
Okay. Nice. Which is the same
woman.
That's awesome.
So anyway, so I'm taking my mom to church. Yeah. But I'm not going to church. Okay. And this is how rebellious I was. Yeah. How stupid. I look back at how stupid I was. Have you ever been to Pacific Christian?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So my mom was in a wheelchair, so I would take her and I'd put, I don't know if was she in a wheelchair or she was, I think at this point she was still with just a walker. Yeah. So I would take her and, she would go, I would take her to her seat. She usually sat in the same place. And I'd fold up the walker and I'd put it on the back wall and I would walk out. I would sit in the lobby of the church.
Wow.
I wouldn't go in. I would sit in the lobby.
It wasn't like you were leaving to do something else. You just refused to go in the sanctuary.
And that's how stupid I was.
That's awesome.
So and it just weighed on me. And I after I don't know how long it was that I did that. And then one day I'm like, it was like building up in me and I was like, why am I doing this? Why am I fighting you, Lord? Why? Right. I don't understand this. Why I know why I've been rebellious, just because I've never liked things being pushed down my throat. Right. So
most people don't.
Yeah, most people don't. Right. So and that's how I kind of felt, and then I finally realized I was like, you know what? I just need to accept this, and I don't even remember how it all came about, but that's when I decided to. I don't know if I should say a rededication, because I had never really. As a kid, I had never really done it. I was just a Christian because my parents were pastors and I was always in the church.
Yeah, that's what I usually ask when people tell a story like that. Is I say, do you feel like that's when you actually got saved?
That's when I actually got saved.
Gotcha.
So I'd say I've been a Christian my entire life, let's say. Yeah. But actively seeking or, rededicating my life to him was 2006.
But do you think prior to 2006, had you have passed away somehow, you would have been in heaven?
No.
Okay.
No.
So that was when you were reborn.
I was,
It was 2006.
Yeah.
Okay. And how old were you in 2006?
So I was 38.
So that's a pretty cool story then, because I mean, a lot of people that I've talked to, they'll grow up in the church, which. Sometimes I say it can be a detriment, and I've said that before, and people say, well, Ryan, aren't you raising your kids in the church? Yeah. But I always tell my kids that you can't have my faith.
I've heard you say that.
Right? You got to develop at some point. It doesn't mean I'm not going to raise you in the church. It doesn't mean I'm not going to teach you all that I know.
You have to teach them, yeah.
Absolutely. But at some point, you have to make it your own.
You have to make your own choice.
Absolutely.
And it's just like in the Catholic faith, when they baptize babies, you can't baptize somebody. That's something that they have to choose.
Correct.
That's why in our faith, we dedicate babies, but that's saying us as adults that we're dedicating them to the Lord, and we're promising that we're going to raise them.
That's for the parents.
That's for the dedications for the parents. Right. And that we are promising, and with the, in our church anyway, the congregation usually stands up and, we promise also that we're going to help raise, it takes a village. Yeah. That we're going to help raise,
which is beautiful.
Kids. So
I love those ceremonies. We just had one at church a couple weeks ago. It's just, it makes me emotional.
Yeah, I love it. And so what was I saying?
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, that's okay. No, that's not your fault. we're having a conversation. I should be able to. Yeah. I should be able to remember stuff. Yeah. But baptizing. Baptizing is something that you should do by choice.
I agree.
So, and I didn't mean to get into this, but into this part here, but so talking about how I was just raised in the church. Mm-hmm. I was baptized at 11 because my dad said I had to.
Was that like a special age for him?
No, it was just we were at my family has my dad's sister and her husband, who are now, they've been gone for quite a while. Mm-hmm. They have a big church, La Trinidad Trinity Church in San Fernando. Mm-hmm. And so it was right before we went to the mission field. No, we were just back visiting. And my dad was doing some baptizing, and so we were already there, and he's like, you need to get baptized, and mm-hmm. so I did. So I didn't do it by choice.
Okay.
So
were you ever water baptized?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't done that. It's something that every time there's a baptism, I think I should probably do that.
Oh, you do feel like you should do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's a. I don't think you've gotten that far yet because I think you're going in order. But on this season, there's an episode I have with a friend of mine where we talk a lot about water baptism.
Oh, okay.
We talk in depth about baptism, water baptism. I have to specify because there's two kinds of baptism mentioned in the scripture. But like I've never been water baptized, ever. And my reason for that is because I feel like water baptism is like an outward way of telling the world,
and that's exactly
what's happened on the inside.
Exactly.
And I'm like, I got saved 20 some years ago. Everybody knows I'm a Christian. So, like, what would be the point of doing it now? I probably should have done it back then, but I didn't.
Yeah, and I don't know what you talked about because I'm sure you talked about it way more in depth and way more knowledgeable. I might be a PK, but I'm not knowledgeable when it comes to stuff like that. But it is a display of what has happened with you to the public. It's you saying to the public, this is what I've chosen to follow.
Right.
But I think it also is something, and I haven't done it either, but I think it's something saying between you and God, saying, okay, I acknowledge this now to the public.
Right.
So it's not just between you and me anymore. It's between the three of us, you, me, and everybody else.
And the church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of some of the stuff he was saying, too. Yeah. And I was good to get all that on because this is a conversation him and I have all the time. Because he's like, right now in my life, he's probably the one other Christian that I meet with on a pretty regular basis. And we discuss the word and we get into stuff. And
cool. So
it was cool to talk about that, even though we've talked about it many times before. Right. It was kind of cool to just kind of put the conversation out there.
Yeah.
So what
is that in the second season?
Second season.
Okay.
Yeah, it was actually not that. It was released probably 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
So I released one a week, and I think I just released episode 18 or 19, and I think he was like 14 or 15.
Okay.
So yeah, it's pretty new. What do you see as? Or I guess I should ask: Do you see any problems with the church today, or with Christianity today, or just in general? Like, do you see like a divide that's unnecessary, or like?
I think it's hard to pinpoint because there are so many denominations, and in a way, it's good because it could be diverse. But I see what has happened a lot is people will disagree with the teachings of a certain church, and I believe that whatever church you're going to, that it should be strictly biblical and not with any tangents or any other things other than biblical beliefs. And I think there's so many churches now that have been started by people that weren't happy with the church that they were going to, so they make up their own rules and they start their own church. And the waters get really muddy
Yeah.
when you do that kind of thing. So
Right.
I think that I think it's dangerous. I think it's dangerous to do that because a lot of people, like, again, I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but the way I grew up is we don't drink no alcohol, none of that stuff like that. And there's so many churches now, even my own church right now.
Right.
I can't believe how many people are okay with drinking alcohol.
Do you see that as a non-biblical, like to have any alcohol at all?
Okay,
or
so
like
that's where it gets weird because in the Bible, all they do is drink wine. Right. You know, that's all they do, and turning water into wine. Jesus did it himself.
Right.
So that's where when people say, "Well, they did it in the Bible," and I'm like, "Yeah, I have no argument for you there."
Well, they did lots of stuff in the Bible.
They did a lot of stuff in the Bible.
Adultery happened in the Bible. Murder happens in the Bible.
Absolutely. So I believe that. So I can't say that. Oh yeah, I guess it's okay if you're just having a drink with dinner or something like that. I don't know because I don't know what. I think that's something that has to be between you and God.
Yeah.
If you have a problem with alcohol, then I think that's probably something you shouldn't be doing.
Oh, I agree completely.
Yeah. And I mean, for me personally, I used to drink. My kids aren't going to hear this. Well, I've talked to them.
Yeah.
The first time that they found out that I used to drink, they're like, "What?"
Yeah. Which is awesome because that just means they have this picture of you that...
Yeah. They couldn't believe it.
Right.
What did you drink? I was like, well, whiskey sour was my drink. That was like what?
All right.
What?
Yeah.
So anyway,
yeah.
But dang it, what was I saying?
Alcohol, just in general, drinking, drunkenness.
Yeah. So I don't know.
You lost it. Well, let me go. I was going to go into this based on what you said. Is like I don't drink either. Like I don't even. I'm not a beer with dinner or a glass of wine with dinner. I did drink in the past pre salvation. I was never an alcoholic, but I used to party drink. I would get drunk. I would do all that stuff. I stopped somewhere around when my daughter was very, very little, Laura, my firstborn. But I have a hard time making a biblical case for not. The only biblical case I can make is for drunkenness.
Yes.
But the problem is, what does that mean?
Where's that line?
Does that mean laying on the ground with a lampshade on your head and your pants around your ankles? Is that drunkenness? Or is it any time it affects you?
Yeah.
And I was in a Facebook discussion one time.
Those are dangerous.
Yeah, they are. With a good friend of mine and another guy. And his whole thing was like, because he was supporting that it's okay to drink. Not get drunk, but he was saying what he's doing is not getting drunk. And my friend was holding the position that, well, whenever you drink enough that it affects you. And this other guy made a good point. He said, well, then you shouldn't even drink caffeine. Because caffeine affects you. You drink a certain amount of caffeine, you can feel it in your body, like it does something to you.
But I don't think caffeine I agree with that, but I don't think caffeine alters your mind. Like
not in the way alcohol does.
Right.
No, of course not. Of course not. And and you have lack of judgment. See, that's what's scary to me about drinking.
Yeah.
And when I look at my past,
I like to be in control.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's why you have all these times where people wake up the next morning. What did I do last night?
Yeah. I think it's funny watching people. As a sober person, watching people it's funny and it's not funny. Watching them and the stupid things that they do when they're drunk.
Right.
And then, of course, obviously there's sad things when they drink and drive and somebody gets hurt.
Oh, of course.
But so what I was going to say is that, so I don't believe in drinking. It was the way I was raised, and my denomination says you're not supposed to drink. A lot of people in my church, they drink. They don't have a problem with it.
Right.
Again, I think that's something between you and God.
Yes.
Like you need to talk. Like when I became a Christian as an adult, I didn't even. It wasn't. I was never like you. I was never a drinker. Beer. I hate the taste of beer. It like makes my nose crinkle.
I used to love the taste of beer.
and then alcohol was just, it was just to get a buzz. And what's the reason for a buzz? I mean, yeah, it makes you feel good, but then you're out of control.
Right.
But I just I didn't see a reason for it. Anyway, so when I became a Christian again, or actually when I became a Christian, it wasn't even I got to give up drinking. Most of the time when we were out, like I would never buy a drink. Like somebody would like, oh, hey, I bought you a beer.
Right.
And so it wasn't like I would never, I got drunk. The very first time I got drunk, I was 15. I was hanging out with a senior in high school, and I was like a 14 or 15. I was a freshman in high school.
Yeah.
Hanging out with a senior.
Initiation.
Trying to be cool.
Right.
And we went to a party. I got drunk, and then they were passing around a joint. I took one hit of a joint. That's the only time I've ever had marijuana ever in my life. Okay. But I was so drunk that I have no idea what it was like. I don't know what it was like. Yeah. So my kids don't even know this part. My wife might know.
We're coming clean today.
Yeah.
All right.
So I got so drunk at that party, and there was somebody in the I'm getting sidetracked. There was somebody in the bathroom, and I had to throw up. And I'm waiting. I'm like, oh my God. And I went in the kitchen, and I threw up in their sink.
Ooh.
And it was dark in the kitchen. And I threw up in their kitchen sink. Didn't even realize it was like a 2-part sink.
There was dishes in it?
There was the clean dishes that were drying. I threw up all over their clean dishes.
That's awesome.
Oh my God. The girl, I don't even know whose house it was or anything, right. but I do know the girl came over. She was so mad at me. I just washed those dishes. Anyway.
I'm guessing they never invited you back for another party after that.
Yeah, it was.
Don't invite that guy. He throws up on our dishes.
And then the other time I got drunk was on my 21st birthday. Did the State Street Crawl. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
In Santa Barbara? Okay.
Have you heard of State Street Crawl? Okay, so not so much anymore, but the bottom of State Street used to be just bar after bar after bar.
Okay.
And the State Street Crawl is on your 21st birthday, they would give you a free drink. You have to show your ID. So they would give you a free drink at each place. So you'd get a drink here, a drink here, a drink here. By the time you get to the top, you're crawling. So that's why it's State Street Crawl.
Yeah.
So got drunk on my 21st birthday, and then went on a cruise with some friends. They're like, oh, come on, Steve, you don't have to drive. I used to be the designated driver most of the time. Okay. You don't have to drive tonight. And my buddy was in charge of me, and he got me so drunk. So those are the only 3 times that in my entire life that I've ever been drunk. So I was never a drinker.
Right.
So all that in 2006, I'm just like, I just never felt the desire again, and since then I've never had, not even maybe in cough syrup, I don't know, but I've never had a drop of alcohol since then, and I've never even wanted to. And again, I wasn't really much of a drinker anyway.
Well, there are days for me where I think, because like I said, I did like the taste of beer. Like if it's on a hot day or something, I was like, man, an ice cold beer would be good right now. But I don't do it. I haven't. Like I said, I haven't in a long time. And it's just, and I think, and I have other Christian friends who, or even non-believers who be like, oh, do you not drink because you think it's, not Christian or it's not? I said, no. I said, I have friends that have beer. I'll be with them when they have a beer.
Yeah.
I got a buddy I go to lunch with. He'll get a beer. It's no problem. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. But for me personally,
right.
I look back on, and this is the way I always say it, if I were to write down the 20 stupidest things I've ever done in my entire life, 19 of them were done when I was drinking.
Yeah.
So just for me, and I've also developed over time, over the last couple years of my life, like an addictive component of my life that I've never had before. So I'm concerned that if I was to start having a casual beer or glass of wine or whatever, that it might cause me to drink more.
That makes sense.
And to fall into that, because this chai, hooked on it.
Oh, really?
I mean, obviously it's not the same as alcohol.
Diet Dr. Pepper?
Yeah.
Hooked on it.
So do you like the diet better than the zeros?
No, so I like... Okay.
There's a tangent.
There's a tangent, because I can talk. I am so... I used to give my wife a hard time. She's like super addicted to Diet Pepsi.
Okay.
Like she'll drink an entire 2-liter by herself in a day.
Nice. See that I have respect for her. That's really cool. I think that's great.
So, but I'm right behind her. I'm right behind her. Yeah. Because we've spent so much time together lately, that. Like when we'll buy the 2 liters, I'll go to the store, and when we're doing groceries, like we've got 6 2-liters in our, we just, I'm really old. So I have rediscovered Fresca.
Oh, yeah.
I love Fresca, and I remember it being a drink that my dad was diabetic.
Okay.
My dad loved Fresca.
Yes.
And I always considered it an old person drink.
Right.
And so one day I was like, oh, Fresca, that reminds me of my dad. Oh, what the heck, I'm going to get one.
Nice.
So I put one in the cart.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I poured one for my wife, and oh my gosh, this is good. So now I'll buy three 2 liters, like we're doing groceries, 3 2 liters of Diet Pepsi for my wife.
Yeah.
Two 2 liters of Diet Pepsi, Diet Dr. Pepper for me, and then 1 or 2 of Fresca.
Nice.
That we both share.
And that probably lasts you at least a couple days, right? A couple hours.
Seriously, I mean, she goes through those 3 before I go through the 2.
Okay.
But super
super
addictive.
Yeah, Fresca I had never even heard of until my Bethany's dad, who has now passed away, but he was diabetic, and that's what he used to drink.
Old people.
Yeah, so it was like he would have that in the fridge all the time, and he would give me one. Try this. What do you think of this? And it was okay. It wasn't like I drank it and I thought it was as good as Dr. Pepper or whatever.
It's not. I'm not. It's always the secondary. Like when I'm out of that, then I go to the Fresca.
Right. As a last resort.
Well, I don't know about last resort.
As a junkie fix.
So
I gotta have something. I'm shaking.
This is what I do. Usually, the Diet Dr. Pepper or whatever, because I like it so much, it goes with meals.
Right.
If I'm having a snack or if I have my Yeti next to the bed at nighttime or whatever, it'll have Fresca in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know. That's
all right. So let's end with this.
Move on.
I'm going to go back to this because we were talking about problems
Mike Rowe
in the
says,
church.
Let's land the plane.
That's right. I like him.
I love it. That's my favorite podcast.
Oh, nice.
Next to yours.
Yeah, of course. I'm everybody's favorite. That's all 50 of my listeners.
His are shorter, though.
That's true. I think most are. But we were talking about problems in the church, and you were talking about you were kind of talking about how people just decide something and they'll go start their own church and they disagree in this. Now, do you think that that's because of and this is what I'm going to end on is just scripture in general? Do you think that's because of a lack of trusting in the scripture as the end all for, because I mean we all have the same book, right? And I realize there's different translations of the book and all that kind of stuff.
But they all say the same thing.
They all say the same thing, especially if you really dig into it. Yet we have hundreds of denominations that all saying, yes, but we think this about that text, and we think this about that text, and so
I think it has to do with not the translation like the Message or King James, but I think like the translation, your personal translation. I think
like your interpretation.
Yes, that's the word.
Okay.
Interpretation. I think your own interpretation of it is what people are relying on. Like this might be an extreme example, but
love it.
You're praying for something, and okay, God, I'm praying right now that you show me. I'm going to open the Bible and I'm going to point to a verse, and I want like show me what you want me to do. And they'll point at something, and it'll say Jesus wept.
Yeah, it's
like
what they call it. Bible roulette.
Bible roulette. Oh my gosh, that is an amazing. That's an amazing description.
Yeah,
I think people do that, and they interpret it to what they want.
Yeah,
it to say to them.
Right.
And that's where I think a lot of the problem is that people are like, well, I don't like that we can't do this if I go to this church.
Right.
I think I should be able to do that if I want to.
Yes.
Which
is me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're not reading they're taking one scripture. They're not reading the entire. They're taking it out of context.
Yep.
They're not reading the entire passage itself.
Right.
That's telling you an entire story of an experience, which is what you really need to do.
Right.
They're just taking the one little verse out of it and saying, "Oh, okay, I like what that one says right there, so I'm going on that verse right there."
Right.
And they're basing their entire thing off of. I mean, that's really extreme.
No,
but does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think so. For me, I'm a literalist. And I get in discussions with Christians, and a lot of times we're at odds because they don't understand how I can be that way. And my response to that is, well, it's God's word. I need to take whatever. First of all, I need to do the best of my human ability to decipher what it actually says and means. That's my job, right? I have to figure that out first. And when I do figure that out, I have to go by that over my own feelings and my own thoughts and what I think and what I don't like or not like.
Absolutely.
A good friend of mine is I'm not a Calvinist, but a good friend of mine is a Calvinist. I don't know where you stand there, but he's a Calvinist. Familiar. Okay. Are you not even familiar with what that means?
I know who Calvin was, and I know there was a whole following, but I don't know what their beliefs are.
So there's Calvinist and Arminius is basically free will versus predestination to heaven kind of deal. But anyway, the thing that he always says, and he even preached a sermon on this one time.
You're way smarter than I am. No, seriously.
He preached a sermon on it one time, and he said, as he was preaching on what he thought was a Calvinistic passage of the Bible to an Arminius church, which is brave. And he basically said, what you all need to ask yourself right now as I'm teaching this, do you not like this or do you not believe this because you don't think it's what the Bible says or because you don't like it? Right? And I thought that was great. And of course, I'm in the audience going, well, it's because I don't think that's what the Bible says. But for a lot of other people, they're just like, I don't like that. And that's not the right way. Like, if we believe the Bible to be the 100% Word of God, and it paints God out to be the meanest, nastiest, most horrible tyrant in the world, that's what it is, right? We can either choose to follow him or not follow him, but we can't change anything to make it fit us. Right. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I stand on Scripture, and I understand denominations. I get why we have denominations in a sense, but I'm like, I think if we just get down to the bare bones of the Scripture and we break it down. I mean, that years ago I got into like studying Greek and all that kind of stuff just because that's what I want to get to. I want to, like I said, to the best of my ability, because I'm not Paul. I'm not in the mind of Paul when he wrote the letter to the Ephesians. I don't know what he was trying to say or why. All I have is the words he left behind. So I have to do my best to get at the original meaning of those words and where he's coming from, you know? So, yeah. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with that. But like I said, oftentimes at odds with a lot of other...
I would imagine, yeah. Because a lot of people like to make it fit their life.
Right.
And not make their life fit it.
Yes. Which is backwards.
That's totally backwards.
And it goes into every aspect of the church experience to me. It goes into worship services. It goes into the sermons and how they're prepared. It goes into everything.
Yeah.
You know, whether you're charismatic or you're Baptist or you're exercising the spiritual gifts 24/7, or you're like, no, those aren't for today, right? If you're a John MacArthur or you're a Benny Hinn or whatever. You know,
Benny Hinn.
You got all these different things, but we're all supposedly using the same book, which is just amazing.
And it's just like nothing against them, but like the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
And that they're using the same Bible.
Right.
Like, how do you guys get that?
Right, exactly. So you had mentioned a few times, and I kind of want to get back to this. You had mentioned a few times that you were PK, pastor's kid, growing up, and you also mentioned that both your mom and dad were pastors. Now, women pastors is a touchy subject in a lot of circles.
Yeah.
Right? So I mean,
not in any of the denominations that we were a part of.
Assemblies of God has no problem at all with
none
women.
At all.
Okay.
None at all. Okay. There are many that I have. As a matter of fact, I have a friend that, well, not so much anymore, but she is so opposed and had really bad things to say about people, about women that are pastors. And she had no idea that my mom was a pastor.
Oh boy.
And so she said a lot of stuff, and then I told her. And she felt bad, but we kind of really haven't talked too much since then. But
well, it's kind of a deal breaker, really. I mean, maybe it shouldn't be, but it is. It's like it's a big deal. Like and that's what I was going to ask you. Like, what do you do with those certain scriptures that seem to be pushing that?
I think they take things out of context, and also you're talking Old Testament stuff.
Yeah.
You're talking Old Testament stuff. We also...
The two I'm talking about are New Testament, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, the one where Paul says, I think they're both in Corinthians. No, one's in Timothy, one's in Corinthians, I think. But when he says, do not allow a woman to teach, nor to have the authority of man. is what Paul says, and I believe that's in Timothy, and then in Corinthians it even say Corinthians. This one doesn't even have much to do with women in leadership, but he said he's probably one of the most controversial verses in the whole Bible. He says, "Do not allow a woman to speak in church. She's to remain silent, and to ask her husband at home."
And see,
today people hear that and they're like, "Whoa!"
No, I think that's and I'm not one of those people that takes like you can't do like Bible roulette or whatever, or just pick and choose things. You have to believe the whole Bible, but at the same time, times are different. You know, we don't do all the same things that we did back then.
Sure.
You know, so I don't think it's right. I think if I don't care who the person is, if they're bringing the Word of God to you, there is nothing wrong with that at all.
Okay.
And I think everybody's given a gift, and if that's her gift,
right?
You know, whoever she is, a man or woman, then I think then it's ordained by God.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think. How do you feel about that?
You know, I kind of fall on the other side a little bit, but I don't think it's necessarily a derogatory thing. But I think, and this is where I get myself in hot water all the time talking about this, but I'm okay with it. But it's like the whole idea of the patriarchy and the idea of order and the idea of men and women having different roles. I know in today's society that's seen as some kind of like, oh, you're trying to, what, you're saying a woman's just supposed to sit in the kitchen with her shoes off making you a sandwich while she's pregnant and all she's meant for is making babies,
right,
or something. And then they say it like in this derogatory way, but I think that's because of the rise of feminism and this whole idea that, you know, don't let a man tell you what to do. But I think when you look at scripture like unbiasedly and you just look at it, I think there's a beautiful picture of something that God ordained, which is roles. And yes, men and women are designed differently. They're designed to do different things in the function of a marriage, in the function of the church. But I don't see it as men being better than women. That's the way the world would see it. Anytime somebody's told, well, you can't do this because you're this. Oh, you're trying to say that person's better than me then, and this people group is better than me because you're telling me, no, that's not the way God meant it, you know? But I mean, like for me, like the kind of, just to play devil's advocate for a sec, where you were saying that's not the way we do things anymore. I would agree, it's not.
No.
But that's
and
also
I'm not basing
sure.
you know, my belief that a woman can be a pastor on that.
Okay.
I'm not basing it on modern stuff versus, but it is a fact that, you know, there are a lot of things that are in the Old Testament that in any church we don't even do now.
Oh,
unless you're talking like some Greek Orthodox church or something.
Well, no, yeah, there was a lot of specific laws and rituals given to the Jews specifically, like shaving your beard a certain way or not eating shellfish or whatever, right? But I mean that kind of, it's the same similar argument is used today when verses about homosexuality being sin, or I shouldn't say homosexuality, a homosexual lifestyle being a sin, like being in a relationship with two men in a sexual relationship or two women in a sexual relationship, and a lot of the Christians that are pro LGBTQ community, not I'm using my words carefully here. I mean pro in the sense of the Christians that say it's okay for two men to be in a sexual relationship because God's all about love, and love is love, they say. And if two men love each other in the same way a man and a woman love each other, then we should allow them to marry, and we should call it marriage, and they should be together. And they'll use the argument and say, well, yeah, those verses seem to say that you know, God's against homosexual unions, but, you know, we don't do things like that anymore. The world has changed. People have changed, you know. Homosexuality wasn't accepted back then. Now it's more accepted. So therefore, God's okay with it. You know, and I'm kind of like,
hasn't changed.
Well, then that's what I would say too. But I would say the same thing to those verses about women in leadership roles. But I wouldn't say that I think that God doesn't use women, because look through the whole New Testament. You have plenty of women that God used in major ways, which was which was a graduation of in terms as opposed to the Jewish community, because a lot of in the religious Jewish community, women were lower than men, like on the hierarchy. It was women aren't with us. They're not above like us. They can't do these things and these things and these things. And I think when Jesus came along, that's why they were so shocked. Why are you talking to this woman? And they even said it that way. Why are you talking to this woman? Just like, he's like, what are you talking about? But I mean, that was the beauty of Christianity, is it came in and said there's no Jew nor Greek, no male nor female, no slave nor free, no rich nor poor. We're all one in the body of Christ. All of those that have received Christ as their Savior are now part of the church, right? But even within that, I think the Bible's pretty clear that there's certain roles still for each, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess, so when I look at those verses, even though they're really, really hard, because I was just talking to my cousin about this the other day. I said, can you imagine if we took that verse from Corinthians and we just told our wives next Sunday, and we're like, okay, I just read this verse. I'm just taking it as what as it says. So when we go to church this morning, zip it. Like, you are not to speak at all. You don't say nothing. You don't say hi to your friends. You don't greet the guy at the door. You don't nothing. You sit there and you listen to the sermon. You don't sing nothing. And then when we get home, then you can ask me questions.
And be like, it was nice knowing you.
Right. That's what I say. I'd be calling you up. Hey man, you got any room on your couch tonight? I mean, I need somewhere to live, So it's like this hard line, because on the one hand, you have Scripture saying something, and like you and I both are like, no, take all Scripture, no cherry picking. It is what it is. But then you get to verses like that, and you're like, what do we do with that?
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of times they'll, like an example of the women are to remain silent in church and ask their husbands at home. The most prominent teaching on that I've heard from multiple pastors is that, well, you need to understand, Ryan, see, in the Corinthian church, the men sat on one side and the women sat on the other side. And during the service, during the sermon or whatever, the women were yelling over to the other side to their husbands, asking them questions. So that's why Paul said that. And I'm like, that sounds like a stretch to me. Wow. I don't know about all that.
Yeah. I wonder where that came from. Like,
I don't know.
Who documented that?
I don't know. But I had a pastor I was actually questioning on it, and he said, oh no, that's in history books. That's the way it was. I was like, maybe it is. I don't know. I wasn't there. I have no idea.
And even, and I don't have, I just know that my denomination, our denomination is, we have tons of female pastors. A lot of denominations do. And I don't have I'm not well versed in Scripture as much as I should be. Right. So I could, and that's not something that I just grew up with that. So I've never questioned it. I've never questioned it. So I wouldn't be able to tell you, oh, well, yeah, you read that verse, but in this verse it says blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure your mom has heard a lot of those verses used against her over the years.
Yeah.
I'm sure she has.
Yeah.
So I'm sure she would have some pretty good rebuttals to it.
No.
No?
She died 2011.
Oh, okay. I thought she was still alive. I remember you told me your dad had passed away.
My dad passed away, and then she took over. Yeah, she became the pastor.
Yeah.
And then I think I was telling you, when we were talking about that part, I was telling you that when she retired, that's when I started going to Pacific Christian.
Right.
And I would sit out
in the parking lot.
In the lobby. I would watch it on the TVs out in the lobby. So she died she retired 2011. She passed away she retired 2006.
Okay.
Retired died 2011.
So 5 years after retirement.
Yeah.
Which is the statistic.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
It is, yeah.
That's the average of life expectancy after retirement is 5 years. Yeah.
But she had gotten awards for 50 years in the ministry and all kinds of stuff like that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Wow. Cool, man.
Yeah. So she was pastor there for like 26 years, I think she was, including the time with my dad.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
And this is different churches, though, right? Because you guys were all over the place.
Well, no, 26 years just here in Santa Maria. She was pastor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were in the ministry. They met in Bible school in 1950. Were married in 51.
and immediately were given a church out in Ohio. So they went to Bible school here in California.
That's right.
They went to Ohio. That's where all us boys were born. And they were at that church for 26 years also. 26 years, and then 3 in Chicago, and then went down to Florida, started a few little churches, trained some people, and then went to the mission field.
Okay.
And then
ended up in California.
Yep.
Where all the magic happens.
Yep, exactly.
So another thing I like, so this topic that I'm going to bring up right now is something that I struggle with for a lot of reasons. And most other Christians that know me well have heard me talk about this before, so I kind of want to get your take on it. So a lot of the things I'm going to say to you as you say things are coming from frustration and my own struggles and my own not understanding. So don't take personal offense to anything that I'm going to say dealing with your own personal life that I'm sure you're going to talk to me about it and give me your reasons for believing the way you do. But it's just the broad topic is prayer, right? So but I'm going to get into a lot more detail with that. But just start with kind of telling me what you think is or what you believe is the purpose behind prayer. Just general prayer.
Ooh, well, I've never actually thought of it in that context. I mean, when we pray for things, it's, we're asking God to move in a way, for if somebody's sick. And I've always been taught to, you can't pray for what you want, because God has His own will and His own timing for things, and sometimes sometimes the answer is no, and sometimes it's not yet.
Right.
And so when we pray for things, I always pray for, God, this is what we would, we're asking that you do this, but also your will be done. I don't pray in King James like that, but
Have you ever heard Brad Stein, the Christian stand-up comedian?
No.
Oh, he's talking about his prayer life. It's similar to that. He's like, "What is it, Lordeth?" He's like, "I always speak to the Lord in King James."
It's funny because when people ask me. I told you I'm the chaplain out at the Speedway, so I've had conversations with people, and they're like, "I just, can you pray? Because I don't know how to pray." And I'm like, "Hey, it's just having a conversation.
Right?
You're just having a conversation with God." Yeah, but He's not listening to me. I'm like, "Hey, it's just like you and me having a conversation. That's all it is. Right. You don't need to be, it doesn't need to be fancy, just in your own words." And then yet I catch myself praying. When I'm asked to give the blessing at Thanksgiving or whatever, and I catch myself, praying the way that I've heard prayers, fancy prayers.
Well, because now you got all these people looking at you.
Yeah, exactly. You got to make it sound good.
Yeah.
But, and again, you're just having a conversation. You're just being thankful. But anyway, so back to the actual question. I think it's, the word supplication, we're asking for something.
Yes.
And I think that's the purpose is for His will to be done. And then you're just saying, okay, God, this is the situation that I want you to move in.
Sure.
And that we would like you to move in. However you see fit, we're going to have to be okay with it. It might not be what we agree with, but we're asking you, and however you move, then that's what we have to be.
Right. You got to line up with His will regardless.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't line up with what we were, like, oh God, the Cowboys were supposed to win, and you did not,
Yeah.
Although I prayed and they won this week, so.
Right. That must have been why.
Because I prayed, absolutely.
I saw that game. That was on Sunday, right?
Yes.
Yeah. My dad's a Cowboys fan.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Your dad's awesome.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Mike.
Mike, you're awesome. But so, and a lot of times we're always asking for something for us. I see we all do it. We all do it. We're like, oh God, please, 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 you got to do this. And then there's the whole bargaining thing.
Right.
If you answer this prayer, I'll do this or whatever. But
Yeah. Yeah.
So prayer, in my opinion, is us asking God for something that we need.
Sure.
We would like to see done, a healing, a financial situation to get us through.
Right.
And so, yeah,
Sure.
that's my
and I see it
my
the same.
opinion.
I see it the same. I think it's twofold. I think the first thing I would say is like it's for a relationship. Like you're conversing with your Savior, and I've likened it to like your wife. Like you're not gonna get married and then never talk to her again. Right. You're going to build that relationship by talking to her, and it's not quite the same because I know you don't have an audible, like it's not like you're talking to God and you're hearing him talk back to you. And
you don't?
I don't.
Oh.
No, maybe I don't have the
I'm sorry.
I don't have the special spark.
Oh, wait.
Maybe I should go to your church.
Okay, wait, no, I gotta interrupt with a joke here. My brother, I was just talking to my brother. He lives in Texas. And he was talking about this one church had this phone booth in their lobby of their church. And it was and the phone booth was speak to God, like directly to God, but you have to deposit $10,000.
Oh my gosh!
And so the guy, this guy is at this church visiting, and he sees this, and then he's in Texas, and he sees a church that has the same thing. They have a little phone booth in there, but it's only $0.25 to make a call to God. And he asked the pastor, I said, hey, I was just at a church, they're charging $10,000 and you're only charging $0.25. He goes, oh yeah, here in Texas it's a local call.
That's awesome. Love it. Oh, that's great.
So my brother Danny just told me that. Just like 2 days ago he told me
that's awesome. That's too funny. So that's the first part. But then secondly, I'd say, it's for petition, supplication. It's for asking for things.
Yeah.
But if we both agree, like what you just said, that God's will is God's will, right? Like I can ask for a healing. I can, and that's kind of what it comes to, right? Like you hear stories of some guy who's been diagnosed with terminal cancer, and it's like you have a week to live or something. And he maybe he's a Christian, maybe he's not. Let's say it's irrelevant in this case, but he has people in his life that are. And they gather around him and they pray over him, they pray over him, they pray over him. And it's just this miraculous healing to the point that the doctors become Christians because they're like, I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
This guy, every other person I've seen, like as far along as he was, didn't make it a week. They're done. There's nothing that can be done. No medicine, no anything is going to fix that. But whatever you guys did, something happened there. There must be a God kind of thing, right? Then there's another situation where it's exactly the same. And maybe it's a 2-year-old kid or something. And obviously the whole community is going out because it's like, oh my gosh, this little kid, like terrible, Yeah. And they're praying, the kid dies. Yeah. And there's one side of the fence, and in Christianity, that would say this. They would say, well, the one group had more faith. No. This group didn't.
No.
Right?
Absolutely not.
Or this group prayed the right way, this group didn't, right? They have all these different things of trying to describe that, but I'm just like, no, God's will.
With that,
I would too. I would say no, for whatever reasons we don't know, can't understand.
God's will. We don't.
Absolutely. For whatever reason, God has decided that child was only going to live to be 2 years old.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll know someday. Maybe when we're up there someday for the parents of that kid, we can ask. Say,
That's
hey,
exactly
what happened?
We will never know, and as frustrating as it is, we just have to accept it. And I have a situation where a high school friend of mine, we didn't know each other too much. Actually, we didn't really know each other at all in high school. We met afterwards, and we were part of a committee for one of our reunions. And then we became really good friends, her and her husband, and he's an atheist. And she was, I'd say she never said she was an atheist, but she was probably more agnostic than anything. Okay. Well, she got cancer at the same time that my wife got cancer. She has leukemia. And we ended up going, both of us ended up going to, all four of us, both of our wives being sick, went to the Cancer Center of America in Phoenix.
Okay.
Great facility. So we were there for a little while. We were there for, I think, about a week. And so we came back, and she, I don't want to say names or anything, but my friend just wasn't getting better, and they gave her a time, basically a hospice time, and she had never asked, and she says, hey, because her husband, I almost said his name, her husband is an atheist.
Is she an atheist?
No, that's what I was saying. I think she was agnostic.
Oh, agnostic.
Yeah,
okay.
she never. So I don't know that she was agnostic, but she believed something because she asked me to come over and pray for her.
Okay.
And I did, and I'm like, okay, God, this is our chance, and this is just me thinking in my head,
Sure.
And I guess talking to God, but I'm like, God, this would be a great opportunity.
Right.
He's an atheist.
Yeah.
If she's healed, this would be amazing.
Yeah.
That would bring both of them to you, and anyway, so I prayed, and I at the time I belonged to a prayer group that we used to meet over at Toyota at 5:00 in the morning on
I had friends that used to go to that store.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forget what day of the week it was. It's been a long time, so I don't even think it meets anymore. But one of the guys that did it was he passed away recently. Anyway, so we had these little bottles of anointing oil that we had all prayed over and everything, and so everybody had one. So I took my anointing oil with me and prayed for her, and then we just had a good conversation about God and what she thought. She told me what she thought of if she dies, what's going to happen, and she didn't necessarily believe in heaven, but she was hoping to be healed.
Right.
So she believed in something.
Sure. Sure.
So
one of those desperation moments like that.
Yeah, and sadly, it's sad because a lot of times prayer comes when we don't pray normal, but in normal times, but when things are tough, then that's when everybody turns to prayer and like, oh, again with the bargaining thing, like, oh, if you heal her, I mean, Lord, if you heal me, I'll go to church and blah blah blah,
right.
All that stuff. Anyway, I prayed. I went over a few times and prayed, and she ended up passing away, and I was like, gosh, Lord. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
This would have been a great opportunity, but we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. And, and I prayed with her, and I prayed the sinner's prayer with her, and I'm assuming, if she believed what she was praying, that I'll see her one day.
Yeah.
But
do you think she did? Like, I mean, you guys had a conversation after all those prayers.
So that's what I mean. I did the sinner's prayer with her, and she accepted Christ. But at the same time, I don't know if it was just because I was there praying with her.
Right. You can't see into her heart, unfortunately. But
so I don't know. I'm hoping it was real.
Mm-hmm.
She died in her sleep there at her own house.
Okay.
So it was.
Yeah,
it was tough. That was the first time I had ever experienced somebody other than family member, somebody close dying.
Right. Yeah, it's hard. So I mean, that's kind of where I struggle, because it's like, if we know that God has a plan for everybody, and we believe that, and we know that God knows everything. God knows our lives from the beginning to the end. He knew before I was even born how long I was going to live on this earth. He knows that about all of us. He knows everything that's going to happen. And then I guess I kind of struggle with how prayer falls into that, because
why is there prayer if everything's already
other than the relationship aspect? Yeah. So it's like if God, let's say somebody gets a disease, let's say your friend, like, God already knew even before you prayed what the ultimate end was going to be in that situation.
Yeah.
We don't know that, of course, which is why we pray. If we'd known that, we'd probably be like if we had that absolute knowledge, we'd be like, well, why pray? What's the point?
Yeah.
Or whatever. But, so the question is, like, if God already knows that, what is my prayer going to change about that already finalized situation that God knows? I mean, in other words, does God change his mind? Does God have a final, well, this person's going to die when they're 22, but Ryan, since you prayed about it, maybe I'll change my mind. Yeah, maybe I'll. And that's hard. That's a hard concept for me, because I don't think it's true. I don't think God changes his mind.
I don't.
Because if you know everything, and there's no time for you, and everything is now, there's no present, past, or future. It's all now.
Yeah.
How can you change your mind as God?
Well, and not only that, but then that would mean that God is
is not what's the word I'm looking for?
All-knowing?
Well, yeah, all-knowing, but what I mean is that he like he could be persuaded, in other words. Like,
yeah.
And I know that's not, God is not, right. You can't persuade him.
Right, because he's perfect.
Just because I gave you a good prayer and a good story, God, oh, come on, she's a really good person, and come on, just let her live.
Yeah.
And, oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that doesn't
Or the sheer
I don't
numbers
think that
of it.
happens.
Like, some people will say, well, we need to get as many people praying for this person as possible, as if God's got like some like penny jar, and every time somebody prays, a penny falls into that jar.
This
and once
one,
it reaches,
this one has more than this one.
Yeah, or once it reaches a certain line, he's like, okay,
met your goal.
I guess you got enough people praying for you. I guess I'm going to heal you. It's like, no, that just doesn't.
That's funny. I've never. Funny, ironic, not haha. I've never thought of it that way. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't think God is going to change his mind.
Right.
But yeah, what is the purpose?
Yeah. Well, so I heard a teaching once. We used to go to a church out in Sisquoc for about 12 years, and
there's a church out there.
Yeah. There's a few of them, actually.
No kidding.
Yeah, but anytime I told somebody I went to church out there, they go, "Do you mean the Satan church?" yes, the Satan. That's where I go. Yes, that's exactly where I go. Come on,
hail Beelzebub.
I just look at him like, what is wrong with you? But there is that old Catholic church out there that people call the Satan church.
Yeah, there wasn't actually a satanic church out there.
No. But that's what, ever since I was a kid. In fact, we used to drive out there when I was in high school. Let's go out to the Satan church.
Well, there's another one on right there before you get to all the new fancy houses in Orchid. When you go down the dip and then you turn left starts with an S.
Oh, Stubblefield.
Isn't there a church down at the end of that road
by
too,
the graveyard?
Yeah, the people used to say that one was satanic.
Oh,
church
I never
also.
heard that. Okay.
That's the one I thought you're talking about.
No. This is out in Sisquoc.
Okay.
But the one we went to was just right there in the middle of the town. It's like you turn left at the store. The store.
Yeah, the store.
Which I don't even think is a store anymore. It's like an antique shop now or something. But yeah. But anyway, my point is he taught from the original languages. He understood Greek and Hebrew, and he was able. I learned more out there about what Scripture means than anywhere. But he gave a presentation about prayer that to me makes the most sense. And he said the purpose of prayer is not. I'm gonna mess this up. It's not to. Well, the end part I remember. The end part was. The purpose of prayer is for us to line ourselves up with God's will. And the whole idea and what was used, the whole idea was if I'm burdened by something, whether it's an illness I have, an illness a family member has, an illness a friend has, whatever, or anything, a financial hardship, and it's distracting me from God because my heart's all in it. I'm all focused on this one ailment, this one thing, which is probably exactly why Satan's doing what he's doing, because he wants me distracted away from God.
Right.
So prayer is for me to give it to God and to say, look, this is the situation. And just say, just take it from me. Whatever your will is in it.
Yeah.
Maybe my friend's going to die. Maybe not. I don't know, but take the burden off of me. So now it's your burden anyway. He's God.
Right.
So now that I can be free to be focused on the Lord, right? So that always made sense to me. And even if we're asking for certain things, we can even pray and say, you know what, Lord, please heal my friend John or whatever, or whatever. But as we do that, we have to do so in the same way that Jesus did. Not my will, but your will be done, right? And I also learned out at that church that the phrase "in Jesus' name," what that means is "in your will." That's what that meant to them back then. You say, well, it was the same as saying, not my will, but yours be done. So that's why they would put that on the end of every prayer. Okay. These days, some of the more Pentecostal churches will throw that on there like some kind of powerful statement, like, I pray the healing in Jesus' name. And like the sickness is going to hear that and go, whoa, I'm getting out of here. You said the word Jesus, I'm gone, or whatever. Like it's some powerful statement. It's like, no, it's just your way of saying, look, this is my request, Lord. Please help us. But if you don't,
We're okay with that.
Your will be done.
Yeah.
You know more than I do. You understand things that I don't. You have a purpose that I can't even fathom, half the time. I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. Even things that aren't even that serious. It's just like all these decisions, and that's kind of what I'm coming to. And this is the main crux of it for me, is like decision making.
Mm-hmm.
And people that say things like, well, I prayed about it, and this is what we're going to do. And I'm like, whoa, hang on, I have questions. What do you mean, Ryan? What do you mean you have questions? Well, so you have a decision to make. Let's say it's moving. Let's say you're thinking of moving to Alaska, and you feel, or whatever, I don't even know what that means, that the Lord is leading you to take your family and move to Alaska for whatever reason, right? And so now you go into prayer, right? To make sure, because you don't want to make this move unless it's the Lord's will for you, because it's a big move. You're taking your whole family. Who knows what's going to happen? There's grizzly bears out there.
I was just going to say that.
But if it's the Lord's will, great, right? So now you're praying. Okay, you pray, Lord, we really want your will in this situation. We don't want to do anything that you don't want us to do. Please make it clear what decision you want us to make here. Mm-hmm. Okay, fine. I'm up to that point, I'm good to go. But then the person comes out of the room and they tell me, we prayed about it, we're moving to Alaska. My question is,
did you hear an audible voice?
Yes.
Yeah. How did you or is it a feeling? I mean, I've never had. I've prayed for something and had an audible voice or something come into my mind. It's like I'm thinking, oh, this is God speaking to me. I've never had that.
Right.
But I've prayed for something and then a bunch of things just fall in place. To me, that's answering prayer.
Yeah.
But as far as like you just said right now, coming out of the room with an answer, I don't understand that.
Yeah, and some people are full on just sure of it.
Yeah. And I'm not doubting them. I'm not saying
I am.
So I'm not saying it can't happen, because I know God does speak to people in audible voices and all that. But I've just never experienced it. So for somebody to tell me that, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
If that's what you say,
right.
I don't think you're lying.
Right.
But
I don't think they're lying either.
But I don't know. I mean, I've never experienced that. So however you feel that. No, that's not what I meant to say. However, you came to that conclusion about how, if it's a feeling or if God spoke to you or whatever, that's between you and God.
Right.
If you're just making it up, saying that, oh yeah, God spoke to me and this is what we're doing, and it didn't really happen, and you're going against God's will, stuff's gonna happen.
Right.
And probably not good stuff.
Right.
So
yes, that's always the thing, is the doors.
Yes.
And
doors will open.
But see, every Christian I meet falls on one side or the other, and it's either
if God closes the door, then he opens a window.
Yeah. Well,
have you heard that one?
Oh yeah, I've heard that one too. But this is more like people say, well, I don't do anything until a door opens.
Yeah.
And then others will say, well, I just keep going the direction I'm going to go, or that I think the Lord wants me to go, until he slams the door in my face.
Yeah.
Right? So one is like an active approach, and the other is an inactive approach.
I think if you wait around too long, I've heard this phrase, it's not biblical, but it sure works. Good things come to those who wait, but not to those who wait too late. So,
right, yeah.
So to me, I think I think this is what you were leading towards. Is you start moving to where you think God's leading you to, and if it doesn't and if you come to a fork in the road, take it.
Right. But see, that's the hard part, right?
Like do I go right or left, or
there's circumstantial things. Like in my life, there's one time that I can think of. There's probably more. But there's one example I always use, because he literally made it impossible, which means that's the answer. Like that's a definite. And it was because I had plans to go visit my cousin in Washington. We had plane tickets bought. Me and Asher were going to go, my youngest son. We had plans to go up there, I think in October of one year. all set to go. Well, the week before that, Bethany and I were driving to Vegas to spend our anniversary. Okay, and I had all these tickets for that. We had Cirque du Soleil tickets. We had Terry Fader tickets. We had like all these different things we were doing. I got this really cool hotel. It was going to be a blast. No kids. It was totally going to be an awesome trip. Well,
just the no kids alone is good.
Right? Yeah. Right. Exactly. Especially when you get to our age, you're like, okay, why did we do this again? No. So we're there, and it's like the first night was great, fantastic, and the next morning I woke up thrown up, totally sick. Long story short,
this is before the anniversary thing.
Well, this is the anniversary trip.
Oh, you got sick on the
so
trip.
The first the first day was great. Had a blast. Went and saw Terry Fader that night. It was awesome. Had a great dinner. Came back to the hotel. Woke up the next morning throwing up in the hotel. And then when I was done throwing up, my stomach hurt. And I was like, okay, it's just because I've been throwing up. Like you get pulled muscles and stuff. Your muscles are sore after throwing up. But I just felt crappy, so I'm just laying in bed. Our whole day's ruined. We had all this stuff planned. We didn't go to the Cirque du Soleil show. All this stuff. We ended up driving home the next day, which is the day we were going to drive home anyway. Drive all the way home. Bethany's driving because I'm just a mess. I'm so feeling crappy. Come to the house, hobble in the house. My mom's here because she's watching the kids for us. And she said, "You don't look good." I was like, "Well, Mom, I just had a crappy night. I've thrown up. My stomach hurts, whatever." She goes, "I think you need to go to the urgent care." I said, "Mom, it's fine. I had some kind of food poisoning. I was thrown up everywhere. My muscles were sore, whatever, you know." And she finally convinced me to go to urgent care. So I went to urgent care. He does a bunch of tests on me. He does the pushing test. He goes, "I think it's your appendix.
Oh, man.
You need to go immediately to the emergency room." He goes, "When did this start?" I said, like 2 days ago. He goes, "You need to go immediately to the emergency room. Do not even wait in the waiting room. You give them this paper. You tell them you're having severe abdominal pain, that the urgent care doctor said it's probably your appendix. You need to be seen immediately." Gave them the paperwork. I didn't wait at all. They got me in the back. They put me in the little cubicled curtain room with the girl on the gurney with the gown, the whole deal. And then I sat there for 4 hours.
Oh God,
4 hours. And then the doctor finally comes to see me. At this point, it's like late, it's like 11 o'clock at night or something.
No worries, Doc. I took the appendix out myself.
Yeah. What do you want me to do with it?
It's
right
bucket.
here. Yeah.
It's in that bucket.
Catch. That reminds me of there's a Simpsons episode where I forgot who it is that has the appendicitis, but the doctors pull it out and he goes, "Oh, it's a live one." They throw it and it blows up in the air. But anyway, so the doctor finally comes back. Yeah, comes back and he goes, takes me back for the MRI thing. Comes back and he's like, "Okay, it is your appendix and it's already ruptured." And I'm like, "Oh, good, it's already ruptured. Don't people?
What does that
people
mean?
die from that? I've heard of people dying from that." He goes, "Yes, we need to get you back as soon as possible for surgery." So they wheel me back. They get it out. I was in the hospital for 6 days.
Oh wow!
Because it ruptured. Okay, and this is the important part of the story. Had they have got it before it ruptured, you spend maybe a day in the hospital. Maybe they want to observe you overnight, make sure whatever. If it ruptures, you're in there for like a week because it spews poison all over your insides, and you have to get all that taken care of.
How do they? I don't want to know, but maybe I do. How do they get when it ruptures? How do they get everything out of there?
Well, they
shop vac or what?
Pretty much. They
really?
had all these tubes coming out of me that were draining, and then they had to spray all this like disinfectant stuff in there. They took out the Lysol and they were spraying it inside.
We're taking care of a Lysol and a shop vac.
Yeah, exactly. So the point of my story is we missed our plane to go to Washington. So the trip was done. We weren't going, which was devastating because me and my son were really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I mean, my son and his cousin are they're so close.
Did the plane crash?
No.
Oh.
No, that would have been even a weirder story.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, okay, God, thank
you. I thought you were going
to... Oh, no. It wasn't anything like that. But it was just, that's the only time in my life that I can think of where God's answer to, for whatever reason, I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why he didn't want us to go to Washington.
Yeah.
But he didn't. At that time, for that moment. We replanned the trip, and like 6 months later, we did end up going. But it was like, he definitely, because he literally stopped me from going.
Yeah.
I couldn't have gone because I was literally in a hospital bed, hooked up to all this stuff the day the plane took off.
Could have been on the airplane movie, the person.
Yeah, with the little bag walking down the thing. It's like, I could have busted out of there or whatever. But
yeah, and that's the thing too. Like you said, you'll never know. Something
could have been prevented by that. That was something bad was prevented by you not being able to go. We don't know. Or it could have been nothing.
Right.
So.
Okay, and this is the other thing I say. People say they tell stories like that where, in fact, I have some friends who should have been on one of the planes for 9/11, but their son had like an abscessed tooth or something, and their vacation got canceled. And at the time, they're like, "Oh, of all the bad timing in the world, right? Like, what is the deal?"
But what about the people that were on the plane?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I always think to myself, because we say things like, "Oh, I'm stuck in traffic this morning. Oh, it could be that the Lord is preventing me from getting into a car accident."
But what about the person that got the car accident?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or even that. It could be that he has you in traffic jam because you're going to get in a car accident that you're supposed to get into.
Yeah.
But we always seem to go to the good, quote unquote, what we see as the good thing.
Yeah.
To where with God, I don't think there is a good and bad in a lot of things that we would see a good and bad.
I think there's just a reason. And
exactly.
We don't know.
But he does all things for the good.
Yeah.
He doesn't say all things are good. He says all things are for the good to those that love him. So, I mean,
sometimes bad things happen and good things happen as a result of that bad thing happening, which sucks because whatever this bad thing, people might have died or something. We don't know.
Yeah.
And I see
but
how
only we see that as bad. Is my point.
Right.
And the family members of the people that died see it as bad.
Yeah.
God doesn't necessarily see that as bad. He gives and takes away as ever because he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And
I see how people that aren't Christians just go, oh, that's just coincidence or whatever. And I see how easy that could be to feel that way if you don't believe. So
right.
Yeah.
Right. So all right, man. One last topic.
Okay.
Let's hit it.
Okay.
Absolute truth.
Okay.
Does it exist?
Oh. Can I get the root word and can you use it in a sentence, please?
Can I phone a friend? Can I ask the audience, please?
Country of origin. I don't know. Explain to me what you mean by that. I don't even know. Honestly,
okay, so
I'm too dumb to know what that means.
To me, an absolute truth is something that is true, no matter what. No matter what people think about it. No matter what people believe about it. No matter here's a good example. This is an example that when I get into these discussions, it's been brought up before. They say back in whatever year, I don't remember the year. I'm not a historian, but whatever year. People thought the earth was flat. I know there's some people today that still think the earth is flat, but there was a big group of people that thought the earth was flat before they had ways of telling that it was round, right? So...
Wait, the earth isn't flat?
No, sorry, man. We'll have to do a whole nother podcast if you want to talk about that. If you're a flat earther, we got a lot to talk about.
I have a friend that is.
I know.
Not a friend, but an acquaintance. Oh my gosh.
He was a friend. He became an acquaintance once I found out he was a flat earther.
He's a whole podcast all in himself.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Anyway.
So they fully believed that it was flat.
Mm-hmm.
So in that situation, the absolute truth is it's always been round. Even though the people believed it was flat, that didn't change it into flat.
Okay, yeah.
It was round, even if they didn't know it, right? So there's certain things that we might just not know yet.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still an absolute truth, even if we don't know it. But I think there's plenty of things that we could say are an absolute truth. This is a table, right? You can say, no, it's not. It's an elephant.
It's not an elephant.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's say you have dementia and you honestly believe it is an elephant. You believe with all your heart and mind it's an elephant. It's still a table.
Right.
Like your belief doesn't change that absolute truth.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean.
Okay. So then... And I would have to say that, yes, there are things that are absolute truth.
Okay. What would you say are some of those things?
Oh, gosh. I as I'm saying that, I was like, now he's going to ask.
You're like, I just set myself up.
Absolute truths. Mm-hmm. Trump is a clown? Yeah, that's absolute truth. Orange clown? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I mean... I don't know, man. Yeah. I've never thought about that, honestly.
Well, I mean, I think they're all over the place. I think that
give me examples and I'll agree or disagree.
Okay, well, here's another good example. So here's and this is one I use with my kids. When you talk about objective truth versus subjective truth, it's the same concept. Mm-hmm. Absolute truth versus opinion, basically.
Oh, okay.
So if we had a pizza here in front of us, mm-hmm. which I wish we did, but we don't. So say we had a pizza in front of us, and let's say it was mushrooms and olives. How do you feel about mushrooms and olives?
Fungus and olives.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like them or no?
No, fungus? Do you like fungus?
I love fungus.
Oh, okay.
Yes, especially on my pizza.
Oh, okay.
So you're not a mushroom guy?
Oh, no.
Perfect.
To me, it's a fungus.
Perfect. So, well, to me, it's a
like
fungus too.
It's like what's between some people's toes.
Hey, either way, it tastes good. I don't care where you got it from. But this is good. I'm glad you don't like mushrooms because this is exactly my point.
So, well, real quick. So it's funny because we've talked about my wife and I. My wife loves mushrooms on anything.
See, just a smart woman.
And and then we joke around about I say the same thing about how some people have it between their toes and and how much I hate. I just toes just gross me out.
Yeah.
And I said, even if Heidi Klum came and said, suck my toes, I'd be, no thanks, Heidi.
Yeah. You forgot to mention, if Heidi Klum came and you were not married.
Yes.
Right? That is a big factor.
That is.
Yeah. So,
okay, anyway.
So let's say we had a pizza in front of us and had mushrooms and olives on it. And I said, here, Steve, I've made us a pizza, and it's my 2 favorite toppings, which is true. Mushrooms, olives, artichoke hearts are my 3 favorite toppings.
Okay. Oh, artichoke.
So let's say it's those 3 things. And you say, dude, you put mushrooms on that pizza? That's fungus. That's like what grows in between people's toes. I don't care if Heidi Klum grew that between her toes.
Oh my God, who says that?
Some weirdo I had on my show a while back. But so let's say you say it, and I say, no, Steve, that mushrooms is the greatest topping ever for pizza. It's the best one. And you say, dude, it's the worst one. Okay? We're both right. Because it's
just our opinion.
That's exactly. Yeah. It's a subjective truth. Whether mushrooms taste good or not.
I would just pick them off and eat the pizza.
Is subjective.
I have eaten pizza with. I know that has nothing to do with what you're saying. I have eaten pizza at a friend's house that the mushrooms were cut into little tiny pieces.
Yeah.
And it would have been ridiculously embarrassing and time consuming to pick off.
Yeah.
There was so many other toppings.
So you just ate them?
I just ate them. I mean, I can't taste it.
And were you like gagging it down?
Oh, no, not at all.
No,
no, it was a good pizza. But there's so many other things that I couldn't taste.
Where was it from?
You
remember?
Oh, gosh. It was probably... I don't know where it was from. It was in a box that didn't have like...
it wasn't a chain.
It was one of those generic... Yeah, it wasn't a chain.
So it was a mom and pop. Was it here in town?
Yeah, I was here in town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you asked what I do. I work at the library, but I also work at Ricky's 2 nights a week.
Oh.
Delivering pizzas. That's good. That's good.
It might have been from them. My friends live out over off of Telephone Road, so might have been.
Yeah, they deliver up there. Yeah. Do they have it delivered?
Yeah, it was delivered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I love me.
We don't
pizza.
have ADD.
No, not at all. So that would be subjective, right?
Yes.
That'd be an opinion,
right?
Same with music. This is the best song I've ever heard.
What about pineapple?
Same.
Do
I like it? Yes, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I do like pineapple. Yeah. Okay. It's not my favorite topping. I mean, it's not like it's mushrooms or something, but
so your mushrooms and olives is my pepperoni and pineapple.
Oh, pepperoni and pineapple.
Yeah,
you ixnay on the Canadian bacon and go for the pepperoni.
Yeah, well, I like Canadian bacon too, but pepperoni and pineapple is just okay. That's my thing. Okay, anyway, sorry.
Yeah, gotcha. So that's subjective. Mushrooms are good. Mushrooms are bad. Subjective. But the fact that it's a pizza.
That's an absolute
is objective.
Truth. Yeah, objective.
Right? Because you can say, no, it's not. It's a taco. Or I guess you could fold it like a taco, but it still wouldn't be a taco.
Pizza. It's just a folded pizza.
It's a pizza taco. But yeah, so you could say it's whatever. You could say it's beef stroganoff. It's still a pizza, right? So that's the difference. Mm-hmm. And I think the reason I bring this up is because I think it's such a big deal in our world today. Because truth is becoming, and I say becoming not in the literal sense, but in the figurative, like the way people view things, truth is becoming relative. To where whatever is your truth, whatever's my truth is my truth.
Right.
And if whatever my truth is contradicts your truth, that's okay. Because it's still true for you and it's still true for me. But that's not true, because if you say it's beef stroganoff and it's an actual pizza, and I say it's an actual pizza, your truth is wrong.
Right.
Because your truth is not truth. Your truth is false, right? It's the opposite of truth because it's not beef stroganoff. But then we look at all these other things, and then this comes into the God discussion, because people say, well, no, that's the God. I totally respect that, Steve. That's fine. You believe in Christianity. You think you need Jesus to save you from your sins. Great. That's awesome for you, Steve. That's your truth. You do it up, man. I'm so happy for you. I don't believe that crap. That's your truth. Now, you just leave me alone with my truth. My truth is that there is no God, or let's say, no, my truth is that there is a God, but he's just totally open and free, and he lets me do whatever I want to do. There's no such thing as sin. There's no such thing as any of that stuff. I'm just going to let you just leave me alone. Mm-hmm. I got my truth, you got yours, and we're both right. To where you would probably say, I'll leave you alone because you asked me to leave you alone, but you're wrong. You are definitely wrong, right? And that's where people get into the battles over different religions and different beliefs, and that's why I think that Christianity is unique in the sense, in a few different ways. The first being that it's the only one that I can think of that says this is the only way.
Right.
All the other ones are pretty open to that whole idea of relativism, but it's also unique in the fact that Christianity invites you to ask questions. It invites you to attack it. It invites you to try to tear it down. Mm-hmm. And that's a beautiful thing, I think, because so many people, me included, I'm one of them, but people much better than me, like C.S. Lewis and Josh McDowell and some of these other guys that set out to do exactly that. Yeah. I hate Christianity. I gotta prove it's wrong, false, so I can write books about how it's false, and I can tell all these stupid Christians to stop it. And then they get saved through that process. Yeah. It's just fascinating to me. Truth. Yes, because that's a common thing that non-believers will say, well, you Christians just believe that because you want it to be true.
And you shall find.
Yes, exactly. So I mean, it's awesome in that sense. So, and then another thing that kind of would go back into politics is like the transgender thing right now. A biological male who feels or identifies as a woman. Absolute truth.
You do you, boo, but you are wrong.
Right. But they will say,
who
like
are
duck,
you? Talks like a duck.
Yeah.
It's a duck.
Yeah. But they will say, who are you to say that?
Yeah. Well,
right.
You can have your opinion.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think of you. There's two things with that. Mm-hmm. As a Christian, I'm supposed to love you no matter what. So.
Right.
If you feel that you're a male and you feel like, you identify as something else, those are feelings. I can't tell you you're right or wrong.
Right.
It's not my place to tell you you're right or wrong.
Right.
I think it's, you said something about this earlier. I don't remember exactly how you said it, but I think we were on a different subject, but Today we God, how did you say that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't even, because it was like one or two subjects ago. But
okay.
But like basically, we've been. This isn't what you said, but we've been like programmed to, as things progress, like, oh well, I guess that's okay now.
Oh,
like,
right.
We're it's acceptable.
Yeah.
And I guess in society it's acceptable, mm-hmm. but doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, that whole transgender thing is. I have friends who have and they probably won't listen to this. So.
Yeah.
I still won't mention names anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
They have a daughter that they adopted, and that child now is, I think, in high school, maybe like a junior or senior, mm-hmm. and they're transitioning over to, and they used to go to the same church, and now they are okay with that whole thing.
Yeah,
taking their kid to get hormone stuff or whatever,
hormone blockers and
all kinds of puberty, stuff, and now because of all that, transitioning to a male, mm-hmm. air quotes,
right.
That they are having so many health issues now, like serious health issues, because
right.
they're fighting what their body was meant to be, to produce, to whatever.
Right.
Because your body, if you're a female, your body produces this kind of hormone and does different things than a male does. And
right.
if you're trying to introduce foreign things into a body, you're going to run into problems, and that's where they're at now.
And I just wish parents would do a little more research on, because this is this idea of transitioning young adults or children or whatever the age over to a different gender is...
If you're 18 and an adult on your own, do whatever you want to do.
Right. I mean, I still don't think you should do it.
I don't either, but I mean...
But for the parents to allow before that, I think is child abuse.
I think, I totally agree with that.
I just wish they would do the research, because they're starting to see now that studies are coming out and things that are happening, that most of the kids that go through that phase, and I call it a phase, they come out of it by the time they're in their early 20s. Now, if they've had permanent changes done to them by that point, how miserable. Like to go through, like when the kids go through their punk rock phase, they go through whatever, like what if that mohawk was permanent? Or what if, like, you know, something you did to you was like permanent, you couldn't change it back, like it had to be that way, and you're like, I don't want to have a mohawk anymore. Well, sorry, you're a permanent punk rocker now. Everybody's gonna think you're a punk rocker. But I like country. Nope, you look like a punk rocker. Sorry, you know, you're stuck with it, right?
I have a friend from high school. His senior picture is this big giant. I shouldn't say friend. It's a guy I went to high school with. Big giant mohawk. I mean, we're talking at least 18 inches tall and just completely.
I'm always impressed by that.
Total. I mean, and it was a senior picture. It was like that. He's an FBI agent now.
Nice.
Yeah.
See, and
started off in
he couldn't be an FBI agent if that was permanent.
Exactly.
Yeah. Whenever I see people like that at shows, I always ask them, "How long did that take? How did you do that?" We were at a show one time, and this girl, I mean, it was cool. I would never do it, but she was a tiny girl, and she had a mohawk. I mean, we're talking probably a 2-foot mohawk.
Wow.
Off the top of her head. It went from the front all the way to the back.
Man.
And it was rainbow colored.
Oh, wow.
Like, not like interspersed rainbow, but like the first little part was all blue, and the next little part was all green, and the next little part was all this or whatever. And I thought to myself, that must have taken you 10 hours to do your hair like that.
The commitment.
Yeah. And it stayed, and I mean, there must have been like 4 or 5 cans of hairspray, because it stayed out. I mean, she's out in the mosh pit, she's bouncing around, she's getting thrown around.
In the eye
probably. And then after the show, it looked the same.
Wow.
And I was like, that's impressive, you know. So,
yeah, I mean, you know, those kind of things you can grow out of, and not to get graphic, but I mean, you know, you get a female that transitions to a male, and they have male parts sewn on.
Yeah.
That, as far as I know, they probably don't work well, and you know, we know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Right. What's the purpose?
Yeah,
I mean,
you got to be taking Viagra nonstop.
But I don't think that would work.
Oh,
I mean,
right.
You know, I mean, how are they didn't. I mean, if you're trying to not get graphic, but I mean, let's say it was a transplant, a male for a male, like something, some horrific accident happened.
Right, but his genitals were preserved.
Genitals were
totally intact.
No. What I'm saying, the person that's alive still has their male parts.
Yeah.
But they were disfigured and something happened, and so
I see what you're saying.
A donor one comes in, they sew it on.
Yeah.
You have male stuff to sew on to male stuff.
Correct. Like a penis transplant.
Okay, I was trying not to use the word, but
we can use
penis,
that word.
Okay,
yeah.
A penis transplant. Like, I can't believe we're talking about this. So,
I will say, this is like the 30-something episode I've done. We've never talked about a penis transplant before. So thank you. This is the first time.
The PK brings up penis.
Yeah, there you go.
So I mean, but there's male stuff to sew on to male stuff, like you know, but you get a female, none of that stuff is there, so it's not going to work.
You have to recreate the whole system.
Right, and you can't do that.
Correct. Yes.
So even and going the other way around too.
Yeah.
So what's the purpose? If it doesn't work, do you now feel like a male that is not
that can't be sexually active?
So what's so then what's your purpose?
Right.
What's your purpose? If you know,
right.
I'm not saying that sex is
no. I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of is a big purpose for that organ.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, that's why it's called a sex organ.
Yeah.
Right? That's the point. Other than urination, maybe, but you know, other than that, that's what it's for.
You can have a bag.
Right. Exactly. But I mean, I'm with you, because it's like, But I think the whole point is it doesn't make sense, at least in the beginning. Oh, and you see the interviews with people right after they have this done. Like, oh, I finally feel like I'm me. Mm-hmm. My whole life I've struggled because I'm inside a body that just didn't feel right. It just didn't feel like me. Now I feel like me. But then you take all those people and you go a couple years down the line and they're interviewing them now. And they say that was the worst mistake I've ever made in my life. Because they're starting to realize that once the honeymoon's over and the euphoria dies down, and you come to terms with what you just did, like especially with some of the men that transition into women, like all they're doing is cutting your penis off and cutting a big hole there. It's not a vagina.
Yeah.
It's just a big hole there.
And you don't have a uterus.
Right.
You don't have a uterus. And I understand that some women, for medical reasons have had to have their uterus, they have a hysterectomy or whatever.
Right. Sure.
So people will come back with that argument. But that was something to save their health. To save them from dying, maybe you had to have a hysterectomy.
Well, that just goes back to the rape and incest thing.
Yeah.
They use something that's less than 1% of the time that's happening, and they use that as an argument for all the other 99% of it. It's like, wait a minute here.
So, and then there's the whole what's your pronoun? Oh my God, that drives me nuts.
No.
And just like Bruce Jenner. I won't call him by Bruce Jenner is, as far as I know, he hasn't had. He's still. I
think he's all male. As far as his parts. See, and I have no problem calling him Caitlin. No problem. I do have a problem calling him her.
Okay.
Because now,
I guess Caitlin's just a name.
It's just a name.
Yeah, even though it's a female name, but. I mean,
but even that, what's that?
So is Pat.
It's Pat. Yeah, right. I was just going to bring that up. Remember that skit? Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. And there's a lot of, Dylan and there's so many names that are.
Well, there's a lot of names that have transferred over too. Like I meet a lot of girls now that are in their early 20s whose first name is Ryan.
Oh yeah.
Usually with 2 N's.
Okay.
And it usually gets mispronounced as like Ryan or something, but it's Ryan. It's pronounced Ryan. It's like it's almost a more popular girl name than it is a boy name. But when my parents named me that, it was one of the most popular boy names. Yeah.
And then there's Kim. My wife's name is Kim or Kimberly. Mm-hmm. I know 3 males whose names are Kim.
Yeah.
Their first name, and they're not Asian.
Interesting.
They're the whitest guys you'll ever know.
But their name's not Kimberly.
No, it's not Kimberly, but it's Kim.
Okay.
So, and they're not Asian, so anyway, that's going on. It's a tangent.
Yeah, because Kim is predominantly used to be more of an Asian.
It's short for Kimberly.
Right. But in
Asian
circles,
exactly.
It's
usually a last name.
Yeah.
Kim is usually a last name.
Right.
But I would think, to me, Kim would be an Asian name.
Yeah.
And they're not Asian.
Right. Right.
Anyway, so I don't even know.
So things like that change, and I'm okay with that. I'm not, things like gender to me doesn't change. Mm-hmm. I know that there's a lot of people who disagree with me on that and say, I would say no, the gender doesn't change. Maybe the people's mindset on what gender they are is changing. I'm not denying that. I mean, I don't think
they could feel whatever they want.
Correct.
They could identify as an elephant. I'm like, okay, well, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Where's your trunk? Where's your trunk?
You're a table.
Never mind. Don't show me.
You're a table. You're not an elephant.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. Have you ever seen Matt Walsh's movie, What is a Woman?
No.
Do you know who Matt Walsh is?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's company?
Mm-mm.
You know what Ben Shapiro is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably the biggest one on there, but he's...
Is he an attorney, or am I thinking of somebody else?
He went to law school.
Oh, okay.
But he's been a political... I mean, he does that full time. Him and his co-owner own Daily Wire now, and they have all kinds of stuff going on with Daily Wire. But Candace Owens is on there. Matt Walsh is on there. There's Jordan Peterson is now on there. Yeah. No, you know any of these people. Anyway, Matt Walsh is my favorite one that's on there. He has his daily podcast that he does, and he made a movie called What is a Woman? It's a documentary. It's phenomenal. It's funny, but then it's really serious too, because towards the end he actually interviews people that have gone through transition that regret it and the whole deal. But in the beginning, his whole thing, he's just going around the country, even the world. He even goes to Africa. He goes all the different places. And he's just asking the question, what is a woman? Mm-hmm. And he's like, nobody can answer this question. Because usually the response is, well, it's anybody who identifies as a woman. He's like, identifies as what? Like, what is that? And they're like, what do you mean? It's someone who identifies as a woman. Yes, but what is a woman?
Answer the question.
Because they're not going to say, well, it's someone with... XX chromosomes and lady parts and whatever, they're not going to say that, right? XY? XY is men, right? XX is female? I might have that off.
I don't know.
The point is, the right chromosomes. They're not going to say that because these days, in certain circles, that doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. That's all your biology.
Yeah.
And they say that in a bad way. Well, that's just your biology.
And see,
we don't go by that.
When they talk about the biology, they talk about, because biology is a science, right? Mm-hmm. And so when you talk about and I'm not trying to get off subject, but I'm just trying to relate it.
They're all about the science in other places.
They're all about the science unless the science goes against what they're talking about. Because like if you're talking about evolution, and they're talking about the science, which there's plenty of science that contradicts it.
Right.
But now you're talking about the science isn't, that's just science.
Right. Right,
but over here you're talking about it's the science.
Yes.
And over here we're talking about gender. That's biology. It's just a science.
Because then science becomes
you can't pick and choose.
It becomes subjective.
Now you're doing science roulette.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's and I'm not not at all. So all right, man. Well, we went all over the place. That was fun.
Yeah,
good stuff, dude.
Yeah.
So all right, we'll cut it there. That was.
Thanks for listening. I hope you had as much fun as I did. I can't think of anything that would be more awesome than getting some feedback from you. So go ahead and send it my way. You can reach me at Why Can't We Talk About That at proton.me. Thanks. Here's a little bit of next week's episode.
I hope that both sides do want to help people, but they look at it a different way. I just don't know if that is true.
Okay.
But I can't say that, I have 5 reasons to support that. Mm-hmm. Again, it's, we hear what we want to hear. We see on social media what we want to see because it's an algorithm. Mm-hmm. And so it's hard to know that we're even getting all the information and the actual factual information, because I don't think we get that.
Well, right. That's always the deal, right? Like, can we really trust the media? Can we really trust, because they're all biased and they got their own spin on things, but
it's cool though, because it keeps me going. It gives me something to do. I just put in my earbud. I listen to podcasts, listen to sermons, music, whatever, for 8 hours, and just work on my hands.
I have this podcast you should listen to.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Which one?
Why Can't We Talk About
I love
this?
that one.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I love that one so much because the host is really sexy.
Yeah. And he has a guest on episode number.
Oh shoot! I don't know what number you're going to be. You're going to be like 30 something, I think.
Okay.
High 20s probably.
Okay.
27, 28, somewhere around there. Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 30, I'm high 20s.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
My wife's not listening to this, but did you hear that, honey?